Yes, Ms Phillips.
Commissioner, the first witness this morning is Alain Hasson.
Yes.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Will you be making an oath or affirmation?
No.
Please stand. Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Please state your full name.
Alain Hasson.
Your address is known to the Royal Commission. You prepared a witness statement that's dated the 23rd of July 2026, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've reflected on the contents of that statement. And is it right that you've elected to omit the fourth and fifth sentences of paragraph 27
That's correct.
and also the second sentence in paragraph 82?
That is correct.
And with those omissions or deletions, is the statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, it is.
Commissioner, I tender those statements, save for those omitted portions.
Yes. Yes, these statements will be received in evidence.
You're Jewish and you live in Sydney with your young family.
I do.
And is it right that since late 2019 you've been the Chief Executive Officer of the Jewish Communal Appeal?
That's correct.
We heard some evidence last week that the Jewish Communal Appeal, or JCA, is a fundraising organisation that effectively operates as a form of philanthropic treasury for the Jewish community in New South Wales. Would you agree with that description?
I would. If I could, I want to expand on it. Beyond the fundraising, we also are the planning and facilitator of this community. JCA's position in terms of fundraising for our community for almost 60 years and being the allocator of those funds to some of the most long-standing service-providing organisations in our community actually gives us one of the best macro views of the needs of the New South Wales and ACT Jewish community. It's also why, from a planning perspective, we are the lead partner around the Jewish census reports and the Gen reports that we do in collaboration with Monash.
Thank you. And for your own part, is it right that you also sit on a steering committee of the Giving Forum, a philanthropic initiative?
I do.
And you were also appointed in the aftermath of the Bondi Hanukkah attack to the Community Recovery and Resilience Task Force.
I was.
And you've also been appointed as a director of a charity that's been set up to support victims of Bondi.
I am.
In your witness statement, you've described some aspects of your own family background and how your immediate descendants left Europe before the Holocaust. Would you like to share aspects of their journeys?
So I've got a diverse background relative to most of the Australian community. On one side, my family, on my father's side, they left Rhodes, which was an Italian island before the war. They left way before the war, so whether the writing was on the wall for them or not, and fled to the Belgian Congo. They passed away long before I was born, never got to meet them, but that's where my Sephardic heritage actually comes from. The great influence on my life was my mother's parents, both who were of Lithuanian descent, and they both fought for the British during the war. In particular, my late grandmother, who was the only surviving grandparent who I grew up with, and probably instrumental in my life, was a Wren at Bletchley Park, who was in naval intelligence and monitoring U-boat activity. My late grandfather, who passed away before I was born and who I'm named for, who also fought, later became the principal of King David Linksfield Primary School, and probably had posthumously such an effect on my life because when I went to King David, a number of his students and all the teachers said, your grandfather is a driver of key Jewish education in the South African Jewish community.
And you spent your own formative years growing up in South Africa attending
I did.
that
My
school.
parents got divorced when I was 2. I was born in Belgium, hence the French spelling of my name, but I grew up in South Africa until I left in 2006 to London and attended a Jewish day school all of my life because of my grandfather.
And you've described serving as a senior volunteer with the Community Security Organisation in South Africa for around 8 years, from the late 1990s into the 2000s.
I joined CSO immediately after finishing high school, and after a number of years took over the head of the Theory and Scenarios department, was very much involved in how did we consider every event we planned for. Two of the formative events that I oversaw included being the co-head of our youth movement camps in South Africa at the end of the year. A lot of the Jewish youth movements go away on summer camp for 3-4 weeks. We oversaw the safety of 3,500 children across the camps. And then one of the other key events I oversaw was a visit of then Foreign Minister Shimon Peres to South Africa in 2002, I believe it was, where, according to my statement, I think that's the right date, where we had significant protests outside, including a police officer being stabbed. I was in charge of Shimon Peres' section, along with police, army, and his own protective detail, and that was quite an event for us.
You've said in your witness statement that through that involvement you observed at close range what anti-Semitism looked like on the ground. Is that right?
That is correct.
And you mentioned that you spent some time in London, and that was in the late 2000s.
I left South Africa in 2006 because of economic opportunities, moved to London, started working in the banking and finance sector. South Africa, London, like South Africa, it was always interesting when I brought up the fact that I was Jewish in certain circumstances. A number of cases, particularly from a work perspective, as people have said, there were tropes around the fact of being Jewish. In South Africa at the time, backhanded compliment was, I don't know if it's because you're Jewish, but you're definitely smarter than the rest of the group. And in London, often within the finance sector, when you go out for drinks, people are a little bit more open about what they say, and was called an effing Jew multiple times when people were a bit more open to loose with their words.
You settled in Sydney in 2011, is that right?
That's correct, late 2011.
And you've described in your witness statement an immediate contrast that you experienced in Sydney when compared to having lived in both London and South Africa. What was that contrast?
So when I arrived in Australia, I was still single with very little responsibilities. In dating in South Africa and in London, often when I mention, and I don't hide my Jewish identity, I'm very proudly Jewish, and I'd rather people know ahead of time and that I'm clear how they feel. So dating in South Africa and London had instances where as soon as it was made knowledge that I was Jewish, people got up and left the date, or was told, I will never date a Jew. In Australia, it was often met with interest, almost always. It was, that's unique, I'd love to know more, tell me about your culture, tell me about people. It was welcoming. Never once for my early years here did I ever feel that I couldn't be proudly Jewish.
And you've mentioned in your statement that when you arrived in Australia, you volunteered briefly for CSG in New South Wales, but that you left your involvement with that organisation when you took up a position with the Jewish Communal Appeal. Is that right? Correct.
I thought once I'm working for a Jewish community, that's enough of giving to community at that point in time, and then also JCA being a key funder, I wanted to keep those separate.
And you commenced with that organisation in 2013, and you worked your way up to your current role, which you assumed in 2019.
Correct.
You've described that your focus in your role since around September of 2023 has been overwhelmingly on fundraising. Can you give a picture of what that looks like from the perspective of a leader of a significant communal fundraising organisation?
Well, to clarify, JCA's role is always fundraising. The core purpose, the reason we were established was as the fundraising organisation, the fundraising agent for our member organisations. What shifted in 2023, post-October 7th, is the scale at which we needed to address security and advocacy and support for addressing anti-Semitism on campus. We are the funder of Orges as well in New South Wales and ACT. On October 7th, if I look at parallels in terms of how we fundraised, pre-October 7th, I would have donors turning to me and saying, JCA is overfunding security. We do not have needs for security to the level of other diaspora communities, and JCA should provide more to education, to welfare. That all changed after October 7th, and particularly after October 9th. Those donors that did not consider giving to JCA because of what we were distributing to security are now funders of ours, particularly around the Never Again response appeal, which was established post-October 7th in order to start addressing the enhanced needs of the security and advocacy organisations.
And are you able to comment broadly on the culture of philanthropy that you've observed in the Jewish community in New South Wales and the ACT since taking up your role with the JCA over a decade ago?
Philanthropy, or within Judaism we call it tzedakah, is a core tenet of our religion. And I would say it's actually a core tenet of all the Abrahamic religions, not just ours, but it is instrumental to who we are. At a very religious level, a religious law, you are meant to give a minimum of 10%, and if you have the means, to give 20%. Now, JCA last year, and we operate from a fundraising perspective on a calendar year, Commissioner, although our financial year is like many others. But last year we fundraised $17.4 million just from our general unrestricted campaign, and we're actually money in, money out. So every cent that we raise every calendar year, we distribute to our member organisations. We do not retain any of it. We want it to go to the community and have effect as quickly as possible. We also have certain restricted funds, so where the general campaign is unrestricted to meet all the needs of our community, the restricted funds are specific causes, and with those funds we distributed a further $2.8 million, so just over 20 million. When you consider that JCA is fundraising from a community of our size in New South Wales, 45,000, and ACT maybe 800, and we are raising over $20 million a year currently, that places us in often the top 100, but normally about the top 150 fundraising charities in Australia. For a community of our size, I think that's remarkable. But when you add to the fact that a number of our donors, our key donors, are also giving to broader Australian sectors, to the hospitals, to the art, to the museums, and broader, and you compound the effect of what those donors are doing, I think we are a highly philanthropic community.
Can I just inquire, amongst observant members of the Jewish community, I take it the requirement to give at least 10% of your income is honoured. Is it the same amongst members of the secular community?
It's the halachic law, so everyone stands by it. I would, again, growing up in South Africa where we were a very traditional community, that was instilled in us. My conversations with donors here, those that are religious, try and stand by it, notwithstanding the fact that Australia is an expensive country, so we do. The basis of it is also you supporting your family, and you take all of that into account. But the most generous in our community definitely take that into consideration. We actually tested this with our donors at a recent event. Most aim for 10%. Those with the financial means are probably doing 20% and sometimes even more in the recent years. And then there is broader community that is doing what they can, because household living in Australia, particularly in the Jewish area, is not cheap.
I understand.
You commented earlier on some of the historical resistance to JCA funds being contributed to security causes having waned, particularly post 7th of October of 2023. Are you able to comment at a high level on how the proportion of the JCA's grant pool that's been directed to security measures has changed over time, and particularly in the last few years?
So per my statement, and one of the figures that I'm happy to talk to, is when we separated out CSG as a line item in our funding back in 2002, I believe it was, where their allocation was $300,000, and relative to the size of the pool that we had to allocate that year, it was approximately 4.5% of the pot. If CSG was still receiving only 4.5% of our pot today, that would put them at an allocation of just under $800,000. It is nowhere near that. It is much more substantial. The allocation to CSG has dramatically increased over the period of time. It has increased again since 2003 to a higher rate than what we are able to fundraise from our community. And that is taking a significant toll, or has taken a significant toll, on what else we are able to fund in our community. You've heard from other witnesses about the walled garden. We do not, the main aim of JCA, a mission, is to have a thriving, vibrant Jewish community. The cost of what our philanthropic dollar, every dollar that we give to security and fighting anti-Semitism, is a loss for enhancing Jewish culture, Jewish education, Jewish identity, and I would say that we've probably lost about $2 million, $3 million that could have been utilized for those other causes if it wasn't for the dramatic need for security. But it's non-negotiable to us.
And you've commented in your witness statement on worry that you experience in relation to the trajectory, and you've given this figure: protective funding has grown roughly 6 times as fast as the donor capacity that funds it. Noting that ratio, what do you see arising for the future of JCA's capacity to direct funding to some of those other Jewish communal organisations that you've mentioned?
Ultimately, hard calls will have to be made. What are we protecting? If we put all of our money and resources towards security, the question that's being asked is, what will we ultimately be protecting? Because there will be nothing left to protect. The challenge you face is, as this heightens, someone needs to fund it. And it's how do we balance that funding? It's not something we want to do. I think a number of witnesses have spoken. We do not want to be utilizing our communal resources or even government resources to fund this need, but it is a need, and it's a consequential need. The impact will be less students will go to Jewish day school. There will be less support in our welfare, and we have an aging population. So, but it's not a question that we can actually answer fully at this point in time.
In respect to the comment that you've just made, as the situation's been heightened, someone needs to fund it. You've also commented in your witness statement on some private conversations that you've had with donors who have decided to redeploy parts of their historical philanthropic spend towards the Jewish community. Are you able to comment on some of those conversations on a no-names basis?
There are some public comments around this in terms of, but I won't, as you say, talk to the donors' names specifically, but a number of our donors, particularly in the arts fields, where they no longer feel welcome, they understand the dramatic need within our community for enhanced funding, not just for security, but the greatest response we should have to anti-Semitism, and this was something that was taught to me in South Africa. Anti-Semitism creates a burning platform for Jewish identity, because you have no choice, and particularly I'm seeing this in Australia now. When you're no longer accepted by the broader community, you will turn inwards to your community. And one of the key things we now need to do, and donors are understanding this, and it has been a theme of JCA's campaign this year, we need to, beyond security, also enhance how we create proud Jewish community members. But that's while the younger are feeling fear. How do you talk to a young person and say, we understand you are fearful to have a proud Jewish identity? We need to give them those tools. We need to give them the ability to engage in their Jewish identity. That is through greater Jewish education, greater access to Jewish education. That is to support them in through all of our institutions. And donors are engaging with that, but the fundamental question is, how do we protect our community? And that security cost, while it continues to increase without other support and funding coming to that area, it is challenging to say we will give those monies to education and welfare and culture.
I want to take you back to the 7th of October of 2023. You've described having been visiting Paris on that date. Can you indicate how you observed the events of the 7th of October being marked in Paris?
So on the 7th I was actually in Champagne. It's more about when the rally outside, just under the Eiffel Tower was happening, which, if my memory serves me, was the 9th of October. Look, the 7th of October, I think I was just in shock with what was going on and didn't really understand. But when we got to Paris, we were informed, my wife, who had spent time in Paris and had a lot of family friends, we were informed that there was a Jewish communal rally that was going to take place by the Eiffel Tower. She wanted to go. My security background made me slightly apprehensive to do it on the basis that I did not know, and also the amount of terrorist incidents that had occurred in France. I thought it was a risk for my family. We had a young child, very young child at the time. I just thought it was too much of a risk not knowing the situation. But what really stands out for me is that, and maybe this is because of the experience, and this is the sadness, because of the experience that the French community in particular has towards terrorism and the government, they were able to quickly gather and safely gather. We're told by her family friends the next night, the security, police, army, everything was there in order to protect the community, but that is what they're used to. In Australia, on the counter, I was speaking to David Ossip just a few days afterwards, saying to him, David, we need to regather at the Opera House after the October 9th protest. We need to say that we are not fearful and that we are still safe to do so as a community. France was able to do that. We were not. In fact, it was completely the opposite in Australia. In Australia, we were told, do not go to the Opera House, even though it was lit up in support of Israel. Now, that is in my mind because of the experience. Sadly, Europe is desensitized to anti-Semitism. We are not yet. And I hope that with the Royal Commission, we will understand and address that and ensure that we can, next time, if there is a next time, that the Jewish community would have been able to go to the Opera House on that night and not told to stay away. What also became important to me is getting back to the Opera House. And immediately on my return, I started working to how do we as a community get back there for 2 points. One, resilience building. We needed to ensure that our community knew that you could go back to the Opera House. The same way that we were back at Bondi a week later, that is what should have ultimately occurred with the Opera House. It took far longer than that for a number of reasons. We were able to get there 6 months later for JCA's campaign event. A key thing for me was, if we hadn't been able to do that, it would have been very telling as to where we already were in terms of the safety of our community not being able to gather at an iconic landmark of Australia.
Can I take you forward to after the Bondi attack in December of last year? The attack occurred on a Sunday evening, and your own children had been due to go back on the Monday morning to their Jewish preschool. What were you notified, and what was your immediate reaction to that notification?
We got an email. I can't remember the time. I know it's in my statement, but offhand, can't remember the exact time. And I'd been dealing with a lot of calls as it was. And we were told that the daycare was closed. My immediate reaction was one of anger. And I guess that's my upbringing, whether it was because of CSO in South Africa or my late grandmother was, response to terrorism should not be one of fear or hiding. You need to get on with life. But that's in countries and communities that are accustomed to terrorism. We are not in Australia, and after having time to digest it, I understood that for others, and particularly for older children, as a communal leader, I'm somewhat lucky. My kids are still young enough not to truly understand what we are going through, what I'm going through at this point in time. But for many others, I can only imagine what it would have been like for parents dropping off their kids at a Jewish institution with even more heightened police presence than we've had over the last 2.5 years, and feeling for the safety and concern. We needed to get through the first 24 hours. But yeah, my first response was anger.
And I think you've already mentioned some of the emergency funding that was able to be distributed by the JCA in the aftermath of Bondi. How did that help the community recover to the extent that that was possible at that particular time?
JCA is lucky that we have certain reserves that we are able to deploy quickly. It meant that everyone could get on. It meant that CSG knew that they were backstopped. It meant that other organisations could call on JCA if they had the requirements. We also quickly set up a fundraising operation together with our partners, DOOR and Australian Jewish funders, to access international, because in a crisis, when people don't know what to do, they want to give money, particularly overseas diaspora Jewish communities, and I have to say the broader Australian community. We've had a number of the Bondi relief appeal. Some of our largest donations were from broader Australia outside the Jewish community. People showed significant sense and support in those early days and weeks of wanting to help the community recover. But a key thing, and this is a core premise of JCA, our organisations not having to worry about funding are able to get on with their job. We can do that on some basis of quantum, but given the scale of where security is going, it is having an impact now.
Can I take you to your witness statement at page 12? In paragraph 62, you've identified that there were many members of the Jewish community who stepped forward into the sorts of recovery roles that you've just been describing after the 14th of December. But that, and this is at paragraph 63, you've also had multiple conversations with people who, on balance, have decided not to take up leadership roles. What are some of the reasons that those others who might be more reluctant have given to you in those conversations?
We need to differentiate both between the professional, like myself, full-time employees of community, and the lay leadership. But at the end of the day, if you're stepping and I have conversations with the most senior leaders or vacancies for these senior leadership roles, it has a significant toll, particularly if you are an overt leader of this community, if you are the likes of a David Ossip, an Alex Rifchin. There are few people that are able to step into those roles with knowing what the toll is going to take on them personally and on their family. From professionals like ourselves, the for-purpose sector is not always the most financially rewarding sector in terms of remuneration. The hours we work, particularly within our community, are significant. I often make the joke that I'm asked more of my community than I was at the senior financial institutions that I was working at during the GFC. We work unending hours, and when you are making that consideration of giving of your time, whether it's from a professional perspective or whether it's from the lay leadership perspective, you are now quantifying that cost. Before October 7th, it was somewhat easier. It was someone understood. There was more certainty in these roles. There is a lack of certainty now, and there's also a heightened security risk. What is going to come from it, particularly when you are seen as an overt leader of this community? And for a lot of people, they've said to me that cost, that toll of putting themselves out there, what it may cause for themselves, for their family, is not something that they're willing to step into. They're willing to do it in the background, but they don't want to lead. And this is a time where we actually require leaders to step up and talk, but that takes courage.
You've included some recommendations in your witness statement, and I might ask you to comment on some of those. One that you have described, and this is at paragraph 83 of your statement, is with reference to a mechanism to ensuring sustainability, if I can put it that way, of government funding for Jewish communal security expenditure, is that right?
Correct.
Are you able to explain the sort of mechanism that you have in mind in that respect?
So a standing grant, the government funding that we received to date, or that has been deployed through ECAJ, whilst it's scaled and is significant and greatly appreciated, has been discussed by other witnesses over the last few weeks, over the last week in particular, we know will be coming to an end at a certain point in time. That uncertainty in terms of how we move forward after, I think the last tranche will be given in 3 years' time or 4 years' time, we will have scaled up our operations. We would have, not just between CSG but between the schools, all of the other service providers, scaled up our operations to provide that security. And then the question is, how do we sustain that? So the hope would be that there is an ongoing reoccurring grant that will be provided by the government so that we can plan better for the longer term around all of the other services that we are providing in our community. And if security is taken care of, then all of the things that are actually about Jewish life, JCA can focus on.
And Mr. Hasson, you have in mind there that the standing grant would be for identified minority communities that have an assessed security need.
Correct.
Yes.
It shouldn't just be for Jewish community, but it will allow all of our communities to operate knowing that the operational costs, the toll that is being incurred by our communities, is covered by government, while we can actually focus on the culture of our community.
I'd like to ask you about another recommendation that you've identified at paragraph 87 and 88 and 89, and this relates to the way that the charitable system is organised around harm prevention charities in particular, and the personnel who serve those kinds of organisations. What's your proposal in that respect?
As I've already mentioned, attracting key talent and retaining that talent in community there are people that have stepped in, but on an ongoing basis it's going to be harder. As I mentioned, I took a significant cut in salary when I left the corporate sector. If we want to be able, like PBI charities, to attract best in class across all of our community charities, particularly harm prevention charities, who are facing a significant toll, and again I think this applies to beyond the Jewish community, providing that additional incentive for how we cover the costs of bringing best in class talent to the sector can be balanced by enhancing the PBI fringe benefit tax incentives. So I do know the Productivity Commission was also looking at this in terms of the charitable sector, and it would be helpful if we're looking at how do we cover all the costs of managing community needs and addressing security needs, if we look at other ways of covering the costs of our talent.
And finally, a recommendation that you've included relates to payment of security levies with respect to schools and other institutions that require those of its membership. What do you have in mind there?
I'm proposing, and I've actually reconsidered this and want to expand on it. Initially, as a simple mechanism, we're saying that the security levies charged by schools and by aged care institutions should be tax deductible. But on reflection of this, I think we need to go beyond that, because the beneficiaries of a tax deductible grant or tax deductible security levy would be those with high household income. The people that I'm looking to actually assist are those that are already struggling to pay Jewish day school fees, are only able to use their pension to cover aged care fees. We need to think about a mechanism where those with lower household income are either the government is stepping in to pay those security levies, or otherwise they are at the lower household income threshold, not really receiving a major benefit. But at the end of the day, when you're already paying significant fees, having another form of tax deductibility would obviously diminish that cost. It's just how do we get everyone to have a high benefit.
Thank you very much for your evidence, Mr. Hasson.
I'm sorry, Ms Phillips. I was
got
just
no-
examining paragraph 89.
I have no further questions,
Yes.
Commissioner.
Thank you very much for your evidence, Mr Hasson. You are excused.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner, the next witness is Dr. Gavriel Schneider.
Yes.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Please sit down.
Can you please state your full name?
It's Gavriel Schneider.
Your address is known to the Royal Commission. You've prepared a witness statement dated the 25th of July of 2026.
Yes.
Is that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Commissioner, I tender that statement. It has doc ID stat.8999.0109.0004.
Yes, the statement will be admitted as an exhibit.
Thank you. Commissioner, I just note for the record that that witness statement has several annexures which form part of that tender, annexure GS-1, GS-2 and GS-3.
Yes, each of the annexures will be received as part of the one exhibit.
Is it right that, Dr. Schneider, you were previously the CEO and that you're currently the Group Managing Director and Chair of the Board of the Risk 2 Solution Group?
Yes.
In your role with that organisation, is it right that you advise entities on risk and security management?
Yes.
Can you elaborate on some of the particular areas of risk that Risk 2 Solution consults around?
Sure. We're specialists in human-centric and integrated risk, as well as security risk, which covers the full scope of physical security, cyber security, personnel security, etc.
And part of the work that the organisation is involved in is providing emergency planning services for its various government and corporate clients. Is
Correct.
that
We have a
right?
whole division that looks at the emergency management componentry. For us, it's really important that we look at the whole spectrum of security, response and recovery, not just one aspect of it.
And is it right that the organisation also provides education programs and materials to its clients around risk?
Yes, as part of our group, we have an RTO as well.
You yourself have a background which includes academic qualifications in criminology, business management and risk management, is that right?
Correct.
And before your career moved into the risk management segment, is it right that you worked as both a professional bodyguard and also a security advisor?
Correct.
Can you explain what some of that experience involved?
Sure. I started my career a long time ago in Africa, before migrating to Australia in 2007. I started training in martial arts when I was 5 years old, and my year was the year actually in South Africa conscription ended, and the private security sector seemed to be a very good place for me to go while I pursued academic interests. I fell very quickly into the close protection speciality of the security world, and as a result of that landed up working probably in about 20 countries, doing everything from fraud investigations, providing advice on security, and at times training and providing protection to high-level government figures and corporate sector high-risk individuals as well.
And when you came to Australia, is it right that you provided some training to one of the community security groups or CSGs in Australia?
Correct. I offered to provide some free self-defense training to one of the CSGs.
And you yourself also acted as a head of security in a volunteer capacity for one of the CSGs for around a decade, is that
Correct.
right?
For almost a decade, I acted as a volunteer head of security for one of the CSGs.
And you ended that role in around 2021?
Correct.
You've indicated that between 2015 and 2023 you worked as a senior lecturer at Australian Catholic University in their Psychology of Risk program.
Yes, I was the program director of the Psychology of Risk program at ACU and the head lecturer.
And I'll come to the specifics in a moment of some of the matters that you explore in your witness statement about risk management in an Australian events framework. But at a high level, are you able to indicate how you consider that your background, both in operational security, if I can describe it that way, and also in theories and principles of risk management, gives you a particular perspective when it comes to thinking about risk management in the context of larger events and especially larger Jewish events?
Sure. People like me are often described as pracademics or scholar practitioners because we transcend both worlds. We work both as practitioners providing the services on the ground and are constantly looking to academically research better and more professional ways of dealing with this. The ability for me to see what's happening at federal government, state government, local government, in the private sector, within our community groups, look at events, as well as having a significant international footprint, has been a massive advantage in looking outside conventional sectors and outside conventional approaches at things that could make a difference, things that are working in other places. It's very, very easy to become hyper-siloed on whatever it is you're doing right in front of you, and we often miss that solutions or other ways of doing things are easily available in other aspects. So, for example, in many cases, academics get so fixated on, we're researchers to the nth degree that it doesn't work in practice. Often practitioners become frustrated and don't apply best academic theory. I think we have the ability to skirt both and solve those problems.
Thank you, Dr. Schneider. The Risk 2 Solution Group also has a research arm of the organisation known as the Australian Security Research Centre, is that right?
Correct. In fact, the ASRC was actually originally founded in 2005 and merged into our group only in 2019.
And is it right that in March of this year, the ASRC produced a report that was particularly concerned with an examination of security and risk preparedness in the wake of the Bondi Hanukkah attack?
Correct.
Now, just to clarify, you were a significant contributor to that report.
A project that big requires a team. So we set up a team. I was the senior researcher and leader of the project, but the team consisted of 5 other researchers and 3 independent peer reviewers.
Now, I'm not going to ask you today about specifically what your research revealed about some of the matters in connection with the Bondi attack itself. What I'd like to explore with you is some of the higher level risk recognition principles that might have emerged from some of that research and that you see as potentially being salient in other contexts and for future event planning. Can I ask in that respect, first of all, is it right that when one is examining how to respond to risk in an event management context, an initial inquiry involves the level of threat that exists in the environment?
Absolutely, particularly when security risk is a fundamental risk to whatever the activity is you're trying to pursue. Okay, threat has to be taken into consideration. For example, we might have significant vulnerability, but without a threat, the vulnerability actually doesn't matter too much. So practically for us, it's really important to understand the threat picture, because that enables you to understand, firstly, the likelihood of attack, and second of all, the consequence. So it's a fair assessment to say that you can't actually analyze the risk from a security perspective without an understanding of the threat.
And you've referred in your witness statement to ASIO's national terrorism threat level, and you've described that many of the contemporary threats facing Australia, from your point of view, no longer neatly fit into traditional threat models. Can I ask you to expand on that observation?
Sure, and that's not just my point of view. I think ASIO's own guidance supports that. We've seen a significant challenge and change, and it can probably be articulated through the COVID era, where people were forced to change the way they interacted with other humans. That had significant social impact, but equally during that period we would have been very naive to think that terrorist organizations, criminal syndicates, etc. weren't planning what they would do next. In fact, there's some international research that shows that during that period criminal syndicates and terrorist groups started collaborating, with foreign state actors, and we see increases in foreign state interference and all of those things happening from there.
And in respect of that threat environment, you've said at paragraph 11 of your witness statement that desktop-based assessments come with a larger probabilistic range than in less complex threat environments. Can I ask you to explain what you have in mind there?
Sure, and apologies for the industry jargon. That's how it goes. So simplistically put, when I started my security career almost 30 plus years ago, the counterterrorism side of it was a lot simpler. We were taught that people who fitted a certain ideological profile, that identified that way publicly or potentially within their group, had a certain travel profile, so they would have to go to a country that allowed them to do terrorist training. It was much easier then to compartmentalize and go, that's an Islamic fundamentalist, that's a right-wing neo-Nazi supporter, that's a climate change activist, etc. What we've been seeing in the last few years is a real mixing of that. We're also seeing a trend where people who were the predisposition to violence are looking for the cause that enables them to manifest the violence, not necessarily the other way around only. So part of the challenge now is if I'm an assessor doing a threat assessment and I'm trying to figure out, is this person actually going to hurt somebody? Okay, and I'm looking at the evidence on my desk. I've gathered all the information I can online. Historically, I might have been able to make a far narrower prediction that this person is likely or unlikely to perpetrate violence. Because of these challenges now, that range is much bigger, okay, which creates a massive challenge for our authorities. And if we put it all the way back down to people protecting something, makes it very, very difficult to go, this person is likely to attack me or not, or this group is likely to attack me or not. Okay, I think the other big challenge, which we may get to later, is with the amount of anti-Semitic hate flowing around online, it's really hard to differentiate between people just spewing hate and people spewing hate with intent to turn that into a violent attack. So it's significantly more difficult than I'd say it's ever been before.
You've included some observations in your witness statement around Australia's strategy for protecting crowded places from terrorism. Can I pick up, please, at paragraph 11 of your witness statement, where you refer to that strategy and you observe that it operates within a legally conservative and institutionally centralised architecture. Can I take up with you what you have in mind by legally conservative and also institutionally centralised?
Sure. So don't get me wrong, I'm a big fan of any guidance that helps people prepare and prevent bad things from happening, and I think the intent behind the crowded places strategy is very robust. The challenge is it was written primarily in an era where we had a lower threat level, a lower propensity for attack, and therefore it doesn't necessarily translate to the current environment we're in. Equally, if we look internationally at the way other countries deal with terrorism threat, it's done in many different ways. So what's missing primarily from the way we deal with it in Australia is the assumption that only qualified and designated authorities can respond to the attack. Everyone else's job is to evacuate and report. That is a very solid basis in a low-risk environment where it's highly unlikely attack's going to happen, where we have enough resourcing, competent and capable resourcing available. And I think that's the big challenge we've got now, is in 2017 to maybe 2020, the threat environment was quite different. That approach clearly was comparatively effective. Moving forward, we've had Bondi Junction, we've had Bondi Beach. We're seeing a propensity for attacks to actually happen, not just the theory of attacks actually happening. So moving forward, we have to start to look at different ways of addressing, tackling and minimizing casualties if these events happen again.
Can I take you to paragraph 14 and 15 of your witness statement? At 14, I think you've made the observation that you've just articulated, which is that the crowded place strategy relies on a high level of first responder capabilities, appropriately recognising the critical role of police, ambulance, fire and other emergency services. Is that the point that you're identifying Correct. About the current architecture? And then at the beginning of paragraph 15, you've said that based on my research, operational experience and doctoral work in security risk, reliance on first responder capabilities alone is unlikely to be sufficient in the contemporary threat environment. Now, picking up that point, where do you see the limitations of that current architecture and the first responder reliance, if I can put it that way?
Sure. So the challenge fundamentally is that there's something referred to as the reactionary gap. An attack happens, we've got to have a reaction and then a response. Okay, the longer that gap is, particularly with the crowded places hat on, we have a very simple formula there. The more time an attacker has, the more freedom of movement they have, the more casualties. Okay, it's a comparatively simple formula that's proven over and over again every time we see an active arm offender attack anywhere. So the challenge is, if our primary way of mitigating and stopping an attacker is to call for help and wait for help to arrive, we have to determine how long that window is. And if we look, for example, at Bondi Junction or Bondi Beach attacks, while every respect to our law enforcement authorities has to be given, and they've done an incredible job in a very difficult situation, they're still responding. Which means there's the window of somebody having to call for help, that call being received, somebody being tasked to respond, and then somebody responding. During that window tends to be when the maximum number of casualties occur in any sort of crowded place attack.
In paragraph 16 of your statement, you've said this: I believe crowded place security must adopt a layered approach that extends beyond emergency response. This includes stronger prevention, environmental design, trained security personnel, public-private partnerships, capable venue staff, public awareness, and effective communication between such persons. I want to take up elements of that with you. First of all, the concept of prevention. Are you able to comment on how you see prevention operating to assist in terms of management of risk and the disruption phase that you've described a moment ago?
Sure. So particularly with security risk, the ultimate goal is to make sure a bad thing doesn't happen. So prevention is the ultimate goal, and that's always one of the challenges when you look at security, because if it does its job well, bad stuff doesn't happen. Therefore, the perception is we didn't need security because something bad didn't happen. But if we look pragmatically, the goal here is to push the idea of prevention and mitigation as the primary driver, not response, okay, and interdiction. If we can stop it happening, okay, in the first place, I'm sure everybody agrees that's a far better outcome than going, how quickly could a first responder, whichever that responder is, get there and stop the threat from manifesting and more people getting killed.
You've included in your witness statement a copy of the Australia-New Zealand Counter-Terrorism Committee Active Armed Offender Guidelines for Crowded Places. Can I take you to that? It's annexure GS-3 stat.899.0109.0003 and direct you to page 9 of that document. Now, first of all, can I confirm with you that your understanding is that this document effectively is seeking to identify a framework by which event organisers and venue operators can seek to respond to armed offender risk and look at matters that they might be able to do by way of both prevention and preparedness?
Correct. This is the Australian government's guidance on exactly what we discussed before: how to mitigate an attack, how to respond if an attack happens, etc.
And can I ask you to comment on some of the matters that are raised under the heading there, prevention, and where you think matters are worthy of emphasis in an event planning context, and perhaps also any matters that you feel might not be sufficiently addressed pursuant to this framework from the prevention point of view?
Sure. So I think the primary point here comes down to the idea of actual capability, okay, versus compliance. So this is guidance, right? It's not forced, and it's not a requirement for somebody who's conducting an activity to apply this guidance. There are strings to pull around duty of care and responsibility around potentially WHS legislation that might tie into it. But practically, we're stopping short of lots of different things. So if we're able to actually solve the problem, create social cohesion, and honestly go back to an Australia that everybody wants, you know, where people are safe and everybody feels safe, we need to actually look at a much more robust strategy. Okay, and when we start looking at things, it's great to say we detect an intrusion, for example, which is point 4 on the list you've provided, but then what exactly do we do? If it's going to delay or limit the intrusion for a sufficient period to allow a response force to attend, the question then is asked, how long is that period? And then if I look at that measure, what do I need then to delay and maintain safety during that period? So
What's that answer?
Exactly right. It's a very ambiguous case-by-case scenario.
Yes, and I'm asking you what the answer is.
So the answer, unfortunately, is it's unknown. Because I might call 000 at the time and there's nobody to respond, or I might have a law enforcement officer and capability right there, and response is instantaneous. So the biggest challenge we've got is we're trying to put the onus on the owner-operator, and I'm a big fan of shared responsibility. To solve this problem, you cannot go, this is government, law enforcement, the CSG, the Jewish community's problem. It's everyone's problem. And we all need to take steps to deal with that. But pragmatically, if we don't have intelligence, for example, plugging into what the risks are, how do you know what to prevent? Okay, if we're not sure of the way attackers are going to attack us, because for most users of crowded place guidance, they're not actually security experts. Okay, they're looking at this and they're going, how do I make sense of this in the quickest, easiest way that will be the cheapest and least onerous for me to solve my problems? Okay, we need a significant shift that takes that mindset away from how do I tick the box. So in other words, you look at point 1 there, assess the threat and risk to address vulnerabilities. Okay, so we do a paper-based activity, we might do a walkthrough, and we might look and go, there's some vulnerabilities here, and we go to ASIO's threat assessment, and we go, ASIO says it's probable, and we go, oh, there's a chance we could get attacked. What does that mean? Where does that translate into some sort of practical stance? In fact, we went through a phase, and we did this for a lot of local government structures who were looking at public places protection. And we got very frustrated as expert consultants because the stance was, we'll just put up bollards and we'll just put up cameras and that's fine. And you sit there and you go, well, if I'm intentful, so I'm a terrorist, my intent is to cause harm, I'm wanting to trade my life for that of the people I want to kill, I'm just going to go where the bollards aren't. Okay, it's very easy to work around these things. So we actually need to move away from this idea that only things will protect people, and we need an integrated package. So I think this is a great start and certainly takes people who have no idea and gives them an idea, but in the current threat environment, it's nowhere near adequate to actually make sure bad things don't happen when people gather in groups.
And at paragraph 26 of your witness statement, you said this: awareness of a threat does not necessarily translate into mitigation or effective performance during a high-stress, rapidly evolving incident. Can I ask you this? What do you see as measures that can assist organisations or entities with the translation process, if I can put it that way, between awareness and a paper-based assessment and then a capability to put in place a response?
Great. So the reality is we will respond under stress with fight, flight, fear or panic. So those are the intuitive, responsive, instinctive responses we have. If you look at the crowded place strategy, it rightfully identifies that the vast majority of people are flight dominant. Therefore, if we encourage them to run away, that's great. Okay? But on the other hand, if people could just run away, we wouldn't have seen casualties and injuries like we have seen in the last few attacks. So part of the challenge is it's not good enough. We often, in fact, there's a term for it. It was coined just after the 9/11 attacks. I believe his name was Bruce Schneider. He coined the term security theatre. That we pretend a lot that we're addressing these things, but the machinations we put in place don't actually move the needle. So the biggest challenge with this is I might tick the boxes. So I might go, I've done a risk assessment. I've hired a licensed security company. I have CCTV cameras. I've informed the police that the event is happening and they will do regular patrols, for example. I might go, security's in place, tick, 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 tick. A slightly better approach in the current environment, and I wish we could get back to that. I wish we could get back to the point that that would be enough. We've got basic deterrence, we've done something. The question then asks, how come we're not going, what is the likelihood of attack? What happens if the attack happens? What would we do under such an attack until help arrived to minimize casualties and make sure we survived? So there's a real barrier here between the idea of theoretically we're okay to we've practiced, we've rehearsed, and we've tested. Therefore, we know under stress we can perform. Okay, so that last part, that practiced, rehearsed, and tested, is one of the fundamental changes we have to have for high consequence, high stakes events with a higher risk profile.
Can I take you to paragraph 30 of your witness statement? You've suggested there that consideration could be given to adopting Australia's legislation to something that's comparable to the United Kingdom's Terrorism Protection of Premises Act, commonly referred to as Martin's Law. Can I ask you, how do you see that framework as operating differently or potentially more suitably to an Australian environment than the current measures that we've seen in the crowded places strategy?
Perfect. So for those who aren't familiar, Martin's Law came out after the Manchester bombing as a requirement for the owners and operators of a place that had mass gathering and a risk profile to mitigate that risk themselves, to actually own the responsibility of going, we're doing a security risk assessment, we're looking at practical solutions and we're implementing those. Okay, so that part I think is universal, and it makes a lot of sense for us to be learning from similar countries to us that might be a little bit further ahead on this pathway than we are by necessity. The challenge though is that was based on the response to the Manchester attack. Okay, our situation is quite different in Australia. Okay, we need to be able to look at what we are doing and the threats we are facing and slightly adjust, tweak, modify the Martin's Law structure. For example, it's very, very focused on the number of people at a premises and the risk level. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, but if we look, for example, at the ideological or symbolic importance of a gathering, it might only have a few people, okay, but might be a very attractive target. Okay, so certain tweaks I think can be made that would make it slightly more rounded, slightly more applicable, and less onerous in some ways for small operators to have to implement.
But the basic premise that you are advocating is the imposition of a legal duty on the operator of premises that host events to take security precautions of a kind that don't presently apply in Australia.
Absolutely, Commissioner. In fact, in the current state, you could pull a thread and say, based under the workplace health and safety legislation, where there's a duty of care to ensure that it is safe for everybody, this should actually already be done, but it's not. So, and the fact that we have the ANZCTC suite as guidance and not, here is the manual for how you do this stuff, okay, shows you that we still have almost a choice of doing this. And in a higher threat environment, unfortunately, that choice means people are generally guided by cost or liability exposure as opposed to real risk reduction.
Can I ask you about the public messaging such as escape, hide and tell that you've commented on in your witness statement? This is at paragraph 17. Is it correct that that public messaging forms part of the guidance to operators that underpins the active armed offender guidelines in terms of what the members of the public or attendees at an event ought to be told to do in the case of a terrorism emergency?
Correct.
And I think you've identified in your witness statement that you think in relation to that kind of public messaging there might be some need for expansion or modification. Are you able to comment on that?
Sure. So thank goodness Australia is not a gun culture like the US, where we have to focus on things like run, hide, fight, which is the US's equivalent of that statement. But pragmatically, we're not looking at what do we do to delay or disrupt the attack while we're waiting for qualified help to arrive. And the escape, hide, tell message, if it was followed to its T, we would have had more casualties, both in Bondi Junction and Bondi Beach. Okay, the involvement and engagement of individuals who courageously step forward to save lives, okay, is a crucial step in how we mitigate this. And I'm not suggesting that we advocate in any way, shape or form that the public step up as a mandatory requirement, but we have the private security industry somewhere in the middle there. You also have event organisers somewhere in the middle there that have a responsibility, have some more skills, and could practically start to put a disrupt component, okay, into the way we responded. So if we look pragmatically, and I go back to the 2017 crowded places strategy, it actually still did have, under escape, if you have no choice and you are stuck, think of how you could fight or defend yourself. Under hide, it had the same thing. Slowly those aspects have been removed, okay, and the idea that any sort of civilian or other engagement as part of a response as being acceptable has been pushed aside. In the current threat environment where challenges are significant, we should be looking at as many levers we can pull that will make a difference and save lives. It doesn't have to be a binary thing where we're going, everybody must run or everybody must fight. We can be looking at a slightly more pragmatic response that actually puts the disruption component and the delay component back into that mix.
I'm not really coming to terms with what that slightly more pragmatic approach is. What is it that you in substance are recommending?
Sure. So if I'm planning for an event and the guidance I'm putting out to all my staff okay, is the same guidance I'm putting out to the civilians, which is escape, hide and tell. Okay, who's there to stop the attacker from killing everybody? Who's there to mitigate the attack if it happens? There isn't anyone.
So what should the person do?
So simple little things like how do we lock doors, for example, door jams, all those things could come into place.
Right.
If we're actually stuck and there is no choice, we should not be taking away the ability for individuals to apply self-defense in protection of self or others.
And if they're applying self-defense against a person with an AK-47 or equivalent, what do they do?
So there are a whole bunch of methodologies that have been developed for this. Unfortunately, the school situation in the US means active armed offender situations are quite well known, and there are methodologies even for unarmed people to defend against armed attackers. Don't get me wrong, if an attacker has, you mentioned AK-47, that's a long weapon. Generally, to defeat a long weapon, at the least you need a long weapon. But if we just look at how could we nudge and save lives, little things could make a significant difference. In fact, in that active armed offender research in the US, locking doors was determined as one of the really good deterrents and lifesavers. So while it would be wonderful in an ideal world to go, we have competent, capable first responders at every high-risk site that could engage an attacker, it's probably not realistic in the short term for us to move that way. It would be the equivalent of going every high-risk site needs an armed police officer. We just don't have that capability, nor do I think we want to live in a society that's like that. Moving from South Africa to here, you don't want to bring the bad in with the good, but pragmatically keeping the settings as they are, don't do much more to advocate the safety of civilians or stop attackers.
Can I ask you to comment on the 4D2R model of security? You've referred to this at paragraph 34 of your statement, and I think the 4Ds and 2Rs consist of deter, detect, delay, deny, respond and recover. Can you comment in particular on the Ds and how they might arise in relation to the disruption phase that you've been referring to?
Sure. So if in the crowded places strategy, for example, we were actually talking about these machinations, so we weren't just talking about prevent, prepare, respond and recover, we were talking about detect, delay, deny, respond and recover, which is a security version of that, where the prevent, prepare, respond, recover is the emergency management version of that. We would start seeing more of a focus on actually addressing security risk, as opposed to, for example, compliance risk. So it wouldn't just be that we've got an evacuation plan that ticks the box that says we should have a shelter in place or evacuation. It would actually go, hold on a second, how do I know I have to activate this? What are the aspects under detect that will give us the ability as early as conceivably possible to know something is wrong? Which is critically important if we're going to be able to change how we work. The next piece then is, if I set up my structures, can I actually set them up to delay that attack from happening long enough for me to call for help or stop it from happening? Obviously, there's the reality of denying an attack in the first place, so making sure it's hard for them to happen. And there are many, many examples of where this works really well. And arguably, the fact that the Bondi Beach attack happened in a public open area as opposed to a closed synagogue shows you that there are effective security measures in many synagogues and that there are effective deterrents in place that made them unpalatable targets. They were easier targets. So the idea of denial is important, but equally, we need to look at this as a package. And I think this is the hard part, going back to the earlier point around ideology being challenging, motivations being more challenging, people making decisions in erratic ways. We don't know whether deterrence will be enough, whether denial will be enough, whether response is going to have to happen with or without those things. So the more layers we can put in place and the more aligned we can get in the way we apply protection in those layers, the less likely we are to have attacks in the first place. And secondly, the more likely we are to reduce the casualty numbers in those attacks.
Can I take you back, please, to the active defender guidelines for crowded places? I took you earlier to the prevention section on page 9. I'd now like to ask you about the preparedness guidance on page 10. If you have a look at the bullets on the second part of the page, these say, when conducting a review of security and emergency response plans, owners and operators of crowded places may consider. If I can draw your attention in particular to the third last bullet on that page, planning and exercising the security and emergency response to assist delivering a timely and proportionate response. The reference there to exercising the security response, does that pick up on some recommendations or considerations that you've included in your own witness statement around capability in particular?
Absolutely it does, but I think one of the bigger challenges with that is how do we test or exercise? Is it just a discussion? Do we have a working group where we write this down? Do we do it in practice? How much stress do we do it with under practice? So I think the hardest part is, while there's so much good material contained in the guidance, I can almost guarantee you that very few people have actually read the guidance or refer to the guidance when they actually are planning an event, never mind actually run and rehearse these sort of things. Which kind of leads back to the idea that if we don't have some sort of Martin's Law type structure, it's going to be very difficult to change cultural behaviour around security, readiness and preparedness within the greater Australian crowded places environment.
And in relation to the kind of integration that you've been discussing, and you pick up on this at paragraph around 36 of your statement, does that carry any particular resonance when it comes to security and the use of private security for Jewish functions in a context where in some states in Australia anyway there are CSGs that provide parts of that private security role?
Absolutely. So I mean, in essence, CSGs are private security entities focused on protecting a specific demographic based on specific risk and threat pieces. It should be noted though that private security also deploys to protect these structures as well. So simplistically put, we are missing the ability to leverage our private security industry. It's almost been ignored out of this equation. These attacks have put the CSGs forward in people's minds, but really they're a representative sample of a larger private security industry. And there are significant opportunities without causing impositions to the general public, without creating massive threat and security expectations on the public, that we could capitalize on the private security industry. And I've seen models like this work very well in many other countries. Our private security industry, frankly, is a bit of a mess. We have state regulation that is inconsistent, training standards that is inconsistent.
Training standards that differ very greatly, do they not?
Correct, Commissioner. And part of the challenge, if we just take a communal security piece, where often mutual assistance is a critical component, particularly for smaller CSG groups that don't have the numbers and potentially don't even have the expertise that larger groups have, the ability to be able to deploy resources across state lines is and could potentially be life-saving, and right now very difficult, very bureaucratic and hard to do. Equally, if we look at projects, for example, that have been very successful, where Project Griffin, for example, in the UK was used as a tool for the private security industry to be an intelligence gathering for police and government. So they actually leveraged that. It was a very successful project. You can't actually leverage the private security industry until we've properly regulated it and controlled it under some sort of structure that has the ability to leverage it for national security, as opposed to just a compliance tick where I need a license to be able to operate.
And can I take up with you your comments around this topic? Depending on the operational context and legislative framework, the capability of private security, I think you're referring to, might be able to be enhanced to include different carriage of other forms of equipment and the like, more akin to police. What do you have in mind there?
So if we look at the spectrum of private security globally, and I focused a lot on this in my PhD, we've got, on one end, some private security officer who might be looking at somebody who's stealing something, or a crowd controller who's looking at dealing with somebody drunk. On the other end, we've got private security working in incredibly hostile environments that may have to make lethal life or death decisions, including protecting embassies, Australian embassies in high-risk environments. Private security officers do that. So part of the challenge is we haven't really looked at the spectrum. If we are able currently to deploy armed security officers for cash in transit safely in a controlled manner with the required standards, I would say there is the ability to safely deploy armed private security generally. What we need to be able to do is map out what those standards look like and how that would work pragmatically. The fundamental shift there, though, is that if we look at firearms, for example, as tools to protect high-value assets, we're looking at an asset class. Currently, the asset class that we can deploy firearms for private security has to do with the value of those assets. Therefore, human life or gatherings of humans don't enter into that equation, and it's not a justifiable motivation for most firearm legislation authorities to provide firearms for anything other than protection of assets.
Another way of looking at it is under our scheme, and I appreciate different jurisdictions have different regulations, but broadly, we understand it to be the function of the police service in each jurisdiction to protect the lives of individuals, and we are, by and large, a community that is averse to the idea of armed private citizens, so that the notion that one makes a community safer by arming more people might not be one that enjoys broad support in the Australian context.
I absolutely acknowledge that, but I would counter that by saying, what are we doing with that small window when something terrible happens on a site and I'm calling for help and I'm waiting for those armed capabilities to respond? What are we doing about that window? Okay, and if we can come up with significant solutions for that window, which the easy one was we put police on site. Okay, so that minimizes the reaction risk. The challenge we've got, and I have incredible respect for our law enforcement officers, they've gone through a really, really tough 5 years between COVID, protests, attacks. They've done an incredible job, but we've seen there's not unlimited resourcing in law enforcement. Okay, therefore, one of the logical ways to start to solve that problem is to start to look at what are other alternatives. Okay, in many other countries, the private security industry has been a valuable alternative or support or basis. In no way, shape or form am I suggesting private policing or the replacement of police responsibilities. What we are talking about, though, is that there is an existing structure within the security industry for armed carry and response. Okay, perhaps it should have some consideration based on our current threat level and the attacks we've seen happen.
Thank you, Dr. Schneider. As one of the concluding remarks in your witness statement, you've said this, and I might just ask you to conclude your evidence by commenting on it. You said, social cohesion cannot be achieved without safety and security. How have you observed that over the course of your career?
Sure. So I might lean a little bit more on my psychology of risk experience to answer this. But if we go back just to a very simple Maslow's hierarchy, and we talk about social cohesion as something that occurs when we're actualized, when we already live in a safe environment, and I respect you, you respect me, and we can collaborate together to create a great outcome. That requires trust. Trust is impossible when you have one portion of the population advocating for the death and destruction of another portion of the population. So simplistically put, you need to create, it's certainly not the only input to create social cohesion, but I would say it's a critical input, because until people feel safe and secure, I don't actually have a window to actually be able to go, well, let's explore your wonderful culture and my wonderful culture and see where we can collaborate to make Australia great. So fundamentally, social cohesion is going to be very difficult, if not impossible, to achieve until we can create sustainable safety and security. Okay, and that's a much bigger challenge than only looking at anti-Semitism. There are bigger pieces to that, but I would say the concept stands universally. And probably a last comment there is that this is not a generic throw over your shoulder, let's just safety and security this and we'll all be fine. There have to be movements from, who are we letting into the country? How are we checking the people we're letting into the country actually adhere to Australian legal requirements for behavior, never mind anything else? Then we need to move to what's happening online. Okay, then we need to look at what's happening in person. Those are all pre-attack things that can be done and should be done. But to change the trajectory of where we're heading will take a lot of effort, and it cannot be done by one group alone. Thank you to the Commission for giving us the opportunity to hopefully share some ideas that might make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Schneider. Yes. Oh. Yes.
Wish to ask
Yes, very well.
Thank you. Dr. Schneider, my name is Sophie Callan. I'm here on behalf of the State of New South Wales in this Royal Commission. In your useful statement and your accompanying CV, it's clear that you, as you've explained earlier in your evidence, have over a number of recent years pursued both research but also commercial dimensions of the security sector. How do you balance the conflict of interest that might arise between those two aspects of your work?
Great question. Conflict of interest is always a challenge, whether it's just my perception or anything else. But I'll give you an example. In the recent Bondi attack report we did, I appointed 3 independent peer reviewers. Okay, one was a Brigadier General, one was a New South Wales Police former Deputy Commissioner, and the other was the former head of IGM in Victoria. So we take it really seriously, the ability to actually manage bias, because if we're too biased, our results or the outputs are not going to move the needle.
Of course, and recommendations might have immediate commercial opportunities for your commercial side of your work.
There's always the reality, because I play in both streams. Having said that, some of the recommendations I've made would actually hurt my business. So we actually have an advantage at the moment because we're licensed in multiple jurisdictions. We're easier to use. Should we have a federal licensing piece, that would remove that advantage at the moment. So I think fundamentally, I've been a volunteer almost my entire career alongside my professional and academic careers. There's a time, and this is the time, for us to put aside ego and commercialization and actually look at what will move the needle for my kids and yours.
Yes. At paragraph 18 of your statement, and you amplified upon this in oral evidence, you talked about the kind of current model, which is about evacuation as opposed to disruption, and elsewhere invoke reference to the UK and Martin's Law in terms of legal duties on operators to work constructively, if I can put it that way, with law enforcement to overall improve the safety position of the community. In oral evidence, you spoke about the role of the security industry in that context, and spoke of the disrupt component. I think, as I understood it, some of your language was, for instance, to confront or delay. So there, were you talking about members of the security industry confronting or delaying an armed attacker?
I would think that's absolutely something we could explore. Not every security officer is the same.
Yes.
And we're not saying that every security officer at the lowest level should become somebody that's qualified and capable of intervening in a violent attack. But during my PhD, I interviewed about 300 crowd controllers across New South Wales and Queensland as part of that. And I found many of them actually exceeded law enforcement training capability in defensive tactics. We're training more regularly, and we're very keen on stopping bad things happening, and we're quite frustrated. So I think there's that pool, and potentially that's a different licensing category. Potentially there's additional training. Probably it would have to at the very least be commensurate with what law enforcement training looks like for use of force before we could even consider that as an option. But yes, I believe there is the opportunity to use the private security industry for more than we're using them.
Okay, and in terms of the way the private security industry manages its responsibilities. So, for instance, you spoke about other methods, for instance, using door jams and other techniques to disrupt. It would be correct that if this Royal Commission is going to interrogate that sector, there would need to be a body of information about, for instance, the way currently private security sector may have provisions in place to educate their staff around such arrangements. And I think you've invoked the Westfield Bondi Junction attacks as an example. And so, for instance, that the security arrangements of Westfield and the Centre Group in terms of, for instance, the extent to which they do already invoke those kind of disruption techniques which fall short of confronting an armed attacker would be relevant terrain.
Correct. So currently there is no real capacity to go, I'm deploying a private security officer with the intent that that private security officer would be the first responder and would stop the attack. That doesn't exist in Australia. It exists almost everywhere else in the world in some way, shape or form. Okay, that's something we've hung on to quite a lot out of historical legacy. So in the current environment, things are changing very, very fast too. So generative AI, for example, and other AI tools plugged into cameras become very, very useful tools from a technology perspective in early identification, which could lead to further deterrence or disruption. So it's not a simple piece of just going, hey, let's just take one methodology that'll work. But to your point, we have some excellent security advisors in Australia. Australia leads the way in so many different things. We need to utilize that capability, and we're not currently utilizing it very well.
You refer paragraph 14 to, you say, unlike jurisdictions where armed civilian or robust private security intervention forms part of the threat landscape, and then you go on to describe the Australian setting. What jurisdictions are you there referring to?
So I can refer to some of the ones that I've worked in, but particularly South Africa. You would very unlikely ever see a Bondi type attack in South Africa because armed civilians would engage very, very quickly and mitigate the threat. We are so far removed from that reality in Australia that it's not actually a valid comparison.
No.
Okay, so we need
what
to
other jurisdictions are you suggesting would be a valid comparison?
So the US does that in many, many states, okay, with armed security that are responsible for intervention. In fact, they cross-train a lot with law enforcement to ensure seamless integration when response happens. That happens in most emerging market countries where there is not enough law enforcement capability to effectively deal with this. Australia is different. We have incredibly competent law enforcement officers with great training. What we're finding now is that the threat environment is overtaking capacity. So we need to look at this slightly differently and look at what levers we've got to pull. Private security industry is one of those levers to pull.
Okay. With that in mind, at paragraph 36 of your statement, you refer to integrating the licensed private security industry into the existing national security counter-terrorism architecture, and go on there to refer to the importance of clearly defining lawful roles and responsibilities, and you refer to interoperability. If you see in the penultimate sentence, you there refer to preserving police primacy.
Yep.
What do you mean by that?
So I think it's a very important point to highlight that our law enforcement officers are the sworn, capable authorities in the country. Private security will not, should not in any way, shape or form replace that. So if we look at that window of response, something terrible has happened. Who is the first capable person able to respond? If it is a trained private security officer, they should take primacy of response until law enforcement arrives, until law enforcement is in a position to take command and control of that scene.
You address from paragraph 37 onwards the particular position in the context of the Jewish community of CSG. More generally, you advocate in your statement for a public-private model. Do you hold the same views in terms of the private security for other vulnerable sectors or high-risk settings?
Absolutely.
Over at paragraph 42 and 43, you suggest consideration be given to private security guards where operationally justified, having access to protective capabilities. And just to be clear, you refer there to CSG personnel. Do you hold the view more generally?
Absolutely, more generally. Just as an example, security of critical infrastructure is another place that might require consideration.
At the end of paragraph 36, you say that this should be limited to clearly defined protective functions rather than any law enforcement responsibilities. What do you mean there?
So my job, if I'm the private security officer, is I actually generally only have ambit on the legal premises that I'm working on. Okay, so I cannot respond outside of that legal premises. Therefore, my response is limited to that legal premises. Okay.
Paragraph 43 gives some examples of what such operational capability could include, and you refer there to a number of measures that I might describe as less lethal tactical options.
Yes.
Do you advocate for armed security guards? That is a lethal tactical option?
If the risk and threat environment maintains the current trajectory that it's on, we will probably have no choice but to have to look at something like that. If we can effectively bring that down, which in my professional opinion, I can't see in the next few years that we're going to be able to bring down that threat level to a level where we feel this is totally under control.
That at paragraph 44 of your statement, you there recognise, may I say very responsibly, that such capability would have to operate under, as you recognise, strict legislative authority, rigorous selection, comprehensive training, ongoing accreditation, independent oversight and close operational coordination with police. Are you there talking about the sort of training and, for instance, independent oversight that law enforcement officers are subject to in circumstances where they have the capacity to be armed with and deploy where appropriate lethal and less lethal weapons?
Yes, so within our security education frameworks, we actually already have units of competency for use of batons, use of pepper spray, use of handcuffs. Okay, they're just technically not allowed to be used in many jurisdictions. So we already have training standards developed, and to your point, they don't necessarily have to exceed that of law enforcement, but should at least be comparable. Because if somebody is carrying a piece of equipment and we're saying that only law enforcement can carry that equipment, we need to go, well, that is the standard, that is the benchmark. Whatever training law enforcement are receiving for those tools, therefore private security should receive the same.
Okay, but it goes beyond training, as I understand paragraph
Correct.
44.
Correct.
You recognise it's about supervision,
100%.
oversight, scrutiny and
It has to be an ecosystem.
responsibility.
Okay, because simply training somebody and assuming they're going to do the right thing is a recipe for disaster.
At paragraph 45, you comment on a funding commitment. Does it follow from some answers you gave earlier that the same would follow for any private security group providing equivalent security? That is not just CSG, but your point is you consider the breadth of private security industries.
Absolutely. Simplistically put, the risk picture and the threat picture will continue to evolve and change. In a year or 2 years' time, perhaps it's a different threat picture and a different minority and a different group that's facing similar threats. We would like to recommend building architecture that was transferable and lasting.
Thank you.
Yes. Anything arising?
Nothing arising, Commissioner.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you,
Schneider. You
Commissioner.
are excused. And I'll now take the morning adjournment for 15 minutes. Yes, Mr. Lancaster.
The next witness is Mr. Robert Gregory, and he is represented by counsel also today.
Yes.
Please, Commission, my name is Fried, and I believe I appear on behalf of Mr. Robert Gregory and the Australian Jewish Association Incorporated.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Freegood. Yes.
Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, do take a seat.
Mr. Gregory, please state your full name.
Robert Gregory.
Your address is known to the Royal Commission. You've prepared a written witness statement dated 23 July 2026.
That's correct.
The contents of that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are.
Commissioner, I attend to the statement with the ID STAT.899.0001.0544.
Yes, the statement will be admitted as an exhibit.
Mr. Gregory, you're currently the President of the Australian Jewish Association,
That's correct.
and you have been since 30 April 2025.
Yes.
You assumed the role of President in 2025 after having worked for the Australian Jewish Association as Public Affairs Director from 2021 and subsequently as CEO from 2023. Is that right?
Yes.
You stepped down from the role of CEO 1st of July this year.
That's correct. Yes.
You've identified in your statement that the Australian Jewish Association was established in 2017 in recognition of the diversity of views in the Jewish community. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes, there was some concern in the Jewish community that some of the existing groups had moved from some positions that they'd held, particularly among some of the rabbis in our community who felt that due to their position as having both boards of their synagogues and congregations, they wanted certain perspectives that they didn't feel able to express themselves so as not to offend some of their congregants, but they wanted an organization that would be committed to traditional Jewish values.
And you've indicated there are two core values that the AJA, the Australian Jewish Association, that seeks to uphold. Could you outline what they are?
That's correct. So those are quite broad values. First of all, Torah values. So that's traditional Jewish values, of which Zionism is an inherent part of Judaism. It's part of. It's not just a part like something like kosher or Shabbat, which we also keep as an organization, but it is inherent in every part of Judaism, from the Jewish festivals, which end with next year in Jerusalem, to Jewish weddings, where we break a glass to remember the destruction of Jerusalem, to even the burial of Jewish people who are buried with sand from Jerusalem. So that's extremely important, but Torah values also infuses everything we do. So for example, we are probably one of the only major Jewish organizations that doesn't give media statements, doesn't speak to the media on the Jewish Sabbath, on Shabbat. A whole lot of ways like that. And then the other component is center-right values. I believe we're the only Jewish organization in the country to identify publicly as right of center, even though a significant part of the Jewish community identifies that way. I think many Jewish organizations describe themselves as non-partisan. They prefer neutral on these issues, whereas we do take a stand, and so we'll get involved in various issues as it arises from time to time, but we don't get involved in all issues. So if there's not a direct connection to the Jewish community, to Jewish issues, we'll often just sit that issue out.
The Commissioner has heard descriptions from witnesses of what their understanding of Zionism is and how it relates to their Judaism. From your perspective, can you address that topic, the meaning of Zionism and how it relates to Judaism?
So Zionism, as it's most commonly understood, is that the belief that Jewish people have the right to self-determination in their historic homeland as any other peoples do. But it's much more, and as I said, Judaism doesn't exist without Zionism. So the Jewish religion, a large amount of the mitzvot, the commandments we need to keep, can only be done in the land of Israel, whether those are agricultural laws, whether those are to do with the temple in Jerusalem.
they can only occur in Israel. The entire Jewish religion revolves around Israel. I mean, Jews pray facing Israel. Religious Jews pray 3 times a day. We pray for the rebuilding of Zion, the rebuilding of Jerusalem. So while the word Zionism may be more modern, the concept it's inherent in all of Judaism. There are some people who say that that part of Judaism doesn't resonate with them, or they are anti that particular part of Judaism, but it doesn't make it any less a core component of Judaism. It would be like some people saying, we don't keep kosher food. We're anti-kosher food, but that, for the majority of Jews, and certainly for the majority of Australian Jews, the vast majority, Zionism is one of the most central parts of Judaism.
Can I just take this up with you? Accepting that for the vast majority of Australian Jews, Israel occupies a special place in their thinking, they have a particular emotional attachment. But when you speak of it as inherent in Judaism, I mean, I think there are some Hasidic groups like the Satmars who are, for theological reasons, they do not subscribe to the idea of Jewish people returning to Israel at the present time. I think they're awaiting the Messiah or something of that kind. Is that right?
Well, you're correct in those words, at the present time. So Israel is just as central to how Satmar people practice the Jewish religion. They also pray facing Jerusalem. They pray for the rebuilding of. So it's as central. They might say, we need to wait a little bit more. But again, this is a small sect in Judaism, and in Australia, a minuscule part of the Jewish community. So it's not really.
What I'm getting at, Mr. Gregory, is that Israel is significant in Judaism, but there are a variety of views about the expression of that significance.
I would agree with what you're saying, but I think there's a bit less variety. I think Satmar believe almost the same as what we believe. They say just the timing isn't right. So they still believe the land of Israel is the Jewish homeland, that Jews will return to that land, that the temple will be rebuilt, all these things they pray facing Israel. It's just an issue of timing. So I don't think it's a fundamental difference. Whereas maybe some other people who these days call themselves anti-Zionists, they actually have more of a difference, but they're obviously not keeping Judaism as it's been practiced for thousands of years. They're more removed from that.
Yeah.
Mr. Gregory, can I ask you a little about the AJA? It's an organisation privately funded by members of the Jewish community that does not receive any government funding. Is that right?
That's correct. So one of our most important principles is that we don't take grants from governments, which allows us to represent views in the Jewish community in a more forthright way. So some of the criticism of some other Jewish groups is that once you start taking grants from government, which is important, we need grants for certain things, it's going to impact what you can say and how you can speak out on issues, because you don't want to offend the people who are funding the community. So I think that's why there's room for many organizations that play different roles, and we're happy to play the role of, if the government's going to be angry with what we say, that's fine. We don't take money from them. We'll say, and we often reflect what the Jewish community is feeling and wants expressed.
You've indicated in your statement there are 4 main areas across which the AJA operates or functions. Can you outline those in paragraph 10 of your statement, please?
Sure. So that's a sort of loose categorization of some of the areas, the main areas where AJA operates. There are more. So the first one there is community engagement. It's important for us. We hold events in the Jewish community. We bring international speakers out to speak. We bring local speakers. What we began doing during COVID was holding events on Zoom. Because we're a national organisation with people in towns across the country, this worked very well, and it's a weekly event we do. This week we have coming up the Shadow Treasurer, so we often have politicians, ambassadors, international guests, and we take groups to Israel, so that's all part of that. We engage with politicians and public policy. We make submissions to different inquiries, whether that's on anti-Semitism, Iran, the Middle East, hate speech laws, issues like that. We meet with politicians. They'll often approach us for our opinions on certain issues that they might not be completely across. The media is another area, and I'll just say on the political, that's across the spectrum, with the exception of the Greens, which we identified very early as being anti-Semitic, and I think that's a view that's now wider in the Jewish community, but we have never dealt with the Greens. On social media, we are the largest Jewish organisation in the country. That's another part of our work. There's often, as my predecessor, Dr. David Adler, used to say, the community votes with its clicks. A lot of the community is not affiliated with different groups. Social media, no one's watching what you're doing. You pick what content you want to see, what you want to receive, and we are the largest Jewish group. And that also informs a lot of our experience on anti-Semitism, because we're so public-facing. A large portion of the anti-Semitism is directed at us. I mean, we're in the public face a lot, and that also allows us to assist the community. So through messaging over social media, we'll often be the first point of call for members of the Jewish community who have experienced anti-Semitism. They see we post about things, they'll message us, this incident happened or this happened, and we'll direct them, whether it's to law enforcement, whether it's to the media to have their stories told, and different things like that, or to other organizations.
And does the AJA have a formal membership?
Yes, so some of the other organizations that you've heard from, particularly the Jewish Council, they consider as their members anyone who's signed sort of a petition they put out or a statement, something along those lines. Now, if we use that metric, we would have tens of thousands of people who agree with us. But we have a formal membership system where members of the Jewish community pay a fee. They can take out a membership. Thousands of members of the Jewish community have done this. It's been around for a long time, and they become members of the organization. It's not something we push heavily. It's some of our biggest donors and supporters are not members. That's fine. That it's not. We don't say that the only people who support us are our members, but that is one way of, I guess, expressing support for the organization.
You've described in your statement a number of circumstances in which the AJA and its representatives have been subjected to abuse and intimidation. One instance in particular occurred in 2024 before you were due to appear with the then president of the AJA before a Senate committee. Can you describe what occurred on that occasion?
Yeah, so we'd been invited to speak on, it was the misinformation laws that were proposed at the time, to appear before the Senate committee. And I believe it was the night before or the day before, we received some threats of the nature of, one of them was something like kill all Jews, another one was a hangman's noose, and the words, if you appear at the Senate inquiry tomorrow, you will Delta Indigo Echo, so you will die, was a threat. So we informed the committee, and they advised us, if we were scared, we could appear in camera. We didn't have to do it publicly. We said we wanted to do it publicly. It was important. The committee, I believe, reported it to the police, and I consider this quite serious because we receive a lot of anti-Semitic threats, but this was an attempt to interfere with the democratic process in Australia. Unfortunately, to my recollection, I don't think it went further at the time, but after the AFP's Operation Avalite was set up, we were contacted within a day, and I believe it was the assistant commissioner at the time came out to visit us, came to one of our houses, and asked, could we provide a list of all the previous incidents we'd reported that we felt hadn't been taken seriously and investigated, and they would take another look, which they did. They arrested someone who was convicted and sentenced over that. So that was, I think, one of the rare cases of a threat against us leading to a somewhat positive result.
You refer to the effect that had on Dr. Adler and the steps that he took after that incident. Can you describe what occurred as you understand it?
Yeah, so this was one of many threats we received. It received a lot of media attention because of the context of it around the Senate inquiry and because of the arrest and conviction. But Dr. Adler, myself, the organisation has received so many threats. At some stage, he spent tens of thousands of dollars on his own personal house, on protecting it, on security upgrades. Obviously, there's no government grants for anything like that. And in the end, something like 2 weeks ago, Dr. Adler left Australia. He moved to Israel. And one of the reasons he cited was the anti-Semitism. And this is exactly the sort of person Australia does not want to lose. Dr. Adler received awards for his when he studied medicine. He had a senior role with the Australian Medical Association. He was on government appointments in health policy in Australia. He had a significant impact in various health policies, and this is a successful businessman. This is the kind of person who's picked up, said Australia's too dangerous, and he has moved to Israel. And we know quite a few people who are either in the process of that, are considering that, have bought an apartment in Israel, waiting for their kids to finish school, things like that. So Australia is losing some of its best and brightest, and people like Dr. Adler who are committed to making Australia better, who did all these things in the area of health policy.
And I understand as recently as last Monday an email was received by the AJA. I won't ask you about the details of that, but that was reported to the AFP, and an investigation is currently underway. Is that right?
So we received an email last Monday with a very serious threat, and unfortunately, often we don't report the threats because we feel like we won't get a result. This one, because it was so serious and because we managed to track down the person very quickly, I thought it would be easy. So it was reported to police. The AFP responded and said, it didn't meet the threshold, it wasn't serious enough, or something along those lines. It didn't meet the threshold for the Commonwealth offence. I asked, a few people with legal experience, consulted with some other Jewish organisations who felt that it did. So we approached the media, and this became a big story. And within a few hours, I received a call from the AFP Commissioner's Chief of Staff, apologising and saying that they would now be looking into this. But I think what this shows is, we are able to have our stories reported in the media, and we were able to get that result. Your average Jewish person who reports an anti-Semitic incident, they get that response back. I think that's the end of it. They're not able to escalate it as we were able to successfully. And I am grateful to the AFP now for re-examining the threat.
You've recounted in your witness statement the concerns about physical security that frequently arise in respect of events that the HAA puts on or hosts, and you've referred to events like having a speaker present an address or a film screening or a gathering to honour a Jewish holiday. Can you explain what you've experienced in terms of the increased difficulty in hosting events?
So, much like other Jewish organisations, we have to take the same precautions. We would never announce a venue ahead of time where it's going to be. We have to vet all attendees at our events. We have to have security, which comes at a cost, having armed security. People attending Jewish events do not feel safe without it. But we've had venues refuse to host events, impose sort of conditions on hosting events, and our interactions with different bodies and with police have been mixed. We'll often tell police, and there'll be instances where I believe there should be police present, but the police have a different assessment. They obviously have to take into account their staffing issues and things like that. So I'll give you one example. We were recently this year, a few months ago, we were a partner with several other organizations in hosting a joint communal event with members of the Iranian community. And we approached the police as a first point of call. They said they'll make a note of it. They may send someone round during the event. I didn't think that was appropriate because, I mean, a joint Jewish-Iranian event is what I would consider extremely high risk. And I thought there should be, so it was going to be hosted in a council premises. We decided we'll pay for armed guards then. The council said it's their policy, you can't have armed guards on their premises. So fine. We approached CSG. In this particular case, CSG did not decline to protect the event. And there may be reasons behind that. You know, it's a joint event with the Iranian community, so it's not a community they know. It would be very difficult to vet everyone, protect them. But I think these kind of events are very important to hold. So, yeah, it puts us at the horns of a dilemma because I believe there should be more security, but I'd approached the police, the security organizations who weren't going to do it, and the council wasn't going to allow armed security. And you also have to take into account, I don't want to scare off the council. They've offered to host this event, and if I tell them it's a high risk of terrorist attack, well, they just won't host it. So it does put Jewish organizations at a bit of a dilemma, and that comes back to some of what the last witness said. If we put venues, if we put too onerous conditions on organizers and venues, again, Jewish events just won't be held.
And what happened with the planned event with the Iranian community representatives?
So that event went ahead to the best of my knowledge, and as I said, we were a partner, so I wasn't directly responsible for the security arrangements. I was just being updated about what was happening. Went ahead. I believe there were guards there, not armed to the best of my knowledge. But again, we had consulted those who are the experts on security, and if you know, that's sort of the best we can do in that circumstance, I think.
Your statement refers to a couple of other examples where the details of an upcoming event had been leaked or disclosed publicly, and that impacted on the venue's approach to the function, the willingness to host the function. Is that right? Yes,
that's correct. And I mean, I don't blame a venue that doesn't want to host an event because they're worried about anti-Israel protests, or they're worried about being attacked. They're not to blame, so it's a tough situation.
You've also referred to hosting events online, for example, webinars and speakers presented by the AJA online, and even online events have had adverse experience with what might be called security concerns. Can you give an example of what's happened?
Sure. So it's happened a few times, but one time we hosted an event with former Deputy Prime Minister John Anderson to speak to the community. Mm-hmm. The event was infiltrated by members at the time of the encampment at Sydney University. So they dressed as, at the time it was a Hamas spokesman who's since been eliminated, a famous Hamas spokesman. They covered their faces, they started abusing attendees. Many of them are elderly, and it was quite traumatic. Some of them I think had relatives lost in October 7. This wasn't that long after it. So they were abusing them, and some of these people were scared. They were worried their accounts had been hacked. We reported this to Sydney University, who began some investigation, which unfortunately I don't think went anywhere, or they didn't update us on what happened there. And I should say we knew exactly the names of the participants who had done this particular incident.
And just to be clear, so that they had obtained the link to allow their online access to the webinar, and that was the circumstance you described.
So at the time we want our event, the Jewish community shouldn't have to live behind walls all the time, so these are public events for the community. We advertise them publicly. We want people to attend and listen, so we'd advertised it. They had entered under false names. One of them had impersonated Tony Abbott to enter, and they, who was a friend of the speaker, John Anderson, as well as of AJA, and through that they'd infiltrated the event.
Towards the end of this statement, you've identified a number of recommendations that you've made in respect of Jewish community security. One of them is a more streamlined engagement between community organisations and law enforcement. Did you have any particular thing in mind with this more streamlined engagement?
My experience with law enforcement, I would best describe as diverse. We have some really great interactions where they've been very, very helpful, and then we have some interactions where they don't go anywhere. We're not getting the results that we think should happen. So I think having a point of contact, and where there has been a point of contact, so when Operation Avalite was formed and they reached out to us and someone senior came and took things seriously, I felt there were results. I think that's important, but the wider issue, wider than just the relationship with law enforcement, is the impact of what government says and does. And unfortunately, particularly the federal government, some of the comments we've seen, for example, there was a comment from Tony Burke that strength is not measured by how many people you kill or how many children you starve. Like, these sort of comments undermine everything that the Jewish community is doing, that law enforcement's doing, and they just increase anti-Semitism and hatred.
You've made a recommendation on behalf of the AJA that there be a review by government of protective capabilities of licensed security guards. What did you have in mind in that respect?
So I think that for the Jewish community, people are not going to feel safe attending events in this situation, and it's sad, unless there's armed protection. So if the police can be there, that's great, but they can't be all the time. And even if they can be, it's a huge cost on taxpayers. It's a cost on police resources. So when we have a communal organisation that is willing to protect the community, that is trained and anyway present, I think it just makes sense that you allow them to have the capabilities to protect the community. And this is a community they know very well, and threats they understand very well. So if we're trusting people to carry weapons to protect synagogues, I think what's the difference if they're protecting Jewish events in other places? I would also say that, going on what the previous witness spoke about, there's a whole class of people in society that we trust at certain stages to be armed, whether that's police, whether that's soldiers, whether that's armored guards. So having these people which are trained and we trust them, allowing them in more situations to use their skills, their training, their equipment to protect the community also makes sense.
Thanks, Mr. Gregory. I don't have any further questions, Commissioner.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Mr. Gregory. You are excused.
Commissioner,
and you. I'm sorry. Was there some re-examination?
Yes, if I
yes,
may.
indeed, Mr. Freaker.
Thank you very much indeed, Commissioner. Mr. Gregory, I'd like to go back to the first issue that was raised with you by the Commissioner. In response to your statement, I think at paragraph 7, in which you said that the AJA upholds Torah values, and you added including Zionism, which is an integral and fundamental core tenet of Torah Judaism. Do you recall having said that?
Yes, I do.
Now, you gave some examples of why this is so, and I just want to go through these examples And in relation to each one of those, I'd like to ask whether all groups within Judaism that observe Jewish law would adopt these. So, for example, I think an example that you gave is that the observant Jew faces towards Jerusalem when saying his or her prayers 3 times a day. Would that apply to all observant Jews?
That would. I'm not aware of any Jews that pray facing any other direction, no.
And synagogues, do they face a certain direction?
All synagogues are built to face Jerusalem in Israel, yes.
In each one of the 3 daily prayers, according to the Jewish prayer book, are there prayers for the return to Zion?
There are. That's in all the prayers, and in additional places as well there are, yes.
When a Jew says his grace or her grace after meals, do they pray for the return to Zion?
Yes, every time in the grace after meals there is a prayer for the return to Zion, yes.
In Psalm 137, which in the Jewish prayer book appears before the grace after meals, that one says on a weekday, that is not a Sabbath or a festival, one says Psalm 137, and that talks about by the rivers of Babylon there we sat and we wept and we remembered Zion. If I forget you, O Jerusalem, let my right hand wither, let my tongue stick to my palate. If I cease to think of you, if I do not keep Jerusalem in memory, even at my happiest hour. Does that apply to all Jews? Do all Jewish denominations that are observant have that in their prayer book?
Yes, all practicing Jews
And
have that.
over the Sabbath and the festival, before the Jew says the grace, does the Jew say Psalm 126, which starts off, when the Lord restores the fortunes of Zion? We see it in a dream, our mouths shall be filled with laughter, our tongues with songs of joy. Shir Hamalot, does every Jew say that?
They do, and I think these go to the point that that we were speaking about before, that even if some people claim otherwise, like Zionism is integral to Judaism, and whether if someone's going to firebomb the synagogue or shoot up a Jewish event, whether they do it because they hate Jews or they hate Zionists, it's irrelevant. The two are completely intertwined.
Mr. Gregory, are you married?
Yes.
Can you tell me what custom is performed at every observant Jewish wedding under the wedding canopy?
As many people know, at every Jewish wedding, a glass is smashed to remember the destruction of Jerusalem. That even in the happiest moments, every Jew must always be remembering this central theme of Judaism.
The major Jewish festivals are known, are they not, as the pilgrim festivals? That's the 3 major Jewish festivals. Why are they known as pilgrim festivals?
They're known as pilgrim festivals because the Jewish pilgrims from across the land of Israel would travel to Jerusalem, to the temple. These Jewish festivals, the Jewish calendar revolves around Israel. So even, while it might be summer or winter here, Jews are still praying according to the weather in Israel and according to the seasons in Israel. The Jewish, for example, Pesach, Passover, is a spring festival. That's spring in Israel. In Australia, it doesn't fall in the spring.
So that if a person says that they perform the festivals, the Jewish festivals, but they're anti-Zionist. Does that make any sense to you?
I can't see a way. You would not be able to fulfill the requirements under Jewish law of the Jewish holidays in a way if you deny a central component of that. It's a contradiction.
It's a fact, though, is it not, that each one of the Jewish festivals relate in some way to the land of Israel?
Yes, in addition to the ones you mentioned, probably one of the most best known Jewish festivals, Hanukkah, is obviously the story of the Jewish people in the land of Israel defeating a colonial occupier at the time, the Seleucid Greek Empire, and recapturing the temple in Jerusalem. Yes.
After the Passover Seder, the Passover meal where one recites from a specific book called the Haggadah, do you recall what words are said at the end of the Passover Seder?
Dr. Friedgett, I think I can answer that. Next year in Jerusalem. I think you've made the point, Dr. Friedgett. I really do.
Commissioner, I'm indebted to the Commission for giving me that indication, but I do feel
Very
it's
well,
necessary
Dr.
for me
Friedgett.
to.
I don't want to cut you off.
No, I was simply going to say that modesty compels me to say that I'm not a doctor.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry that I'm not. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Friedgett.
Thank you, and I do appreciate that. So I will cut this short, but perhaps only deal with one further matter, given the way that the United Nations behaves towards Israel. There is a famous verse from Isaiah which is emblazoned on one of the walls in the entrance to the United Nations, which is, "They shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore." Now that's, I think, Isaiah chapter 2, verse 3. Chapter 2, verse 4, the very next verse of Isaiah, is something that Jews say in synagogues each and every time that the Torah is taken out of the ark. That is every Monday, Thursday, Sabbath afternoon, and every festival. Do you know what chapter 2, verse 4 says? And as I say, it's something that is said when the Torah is removed from the ark.
So in English, from out of Zion will go the Torah and the word of God comes from Jerusalem.
From Jerusalem.
Yeah.
And that's on every occasion that the Torah is taken out of the Holy Ark.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Gregory, if I may move on to, and sorry, all of these things, as far as you're aware, are said by every denomination that is observant in Judaism.
Every denomination I'm aware of, yes.
Now, Mr. Gregory, you have mentioned from paragraph 12 and following of your statement your experiences in relation to anti-Semitism, and at paragraph 10, subparagraph C, you have said that since 7 October 2023, anti-Semitism has become a more frequent topic. Are you saying that anti-Semitism became worse since 7 October 2023?
Yes, I would say that. In the early years in my role, it made up a very small amount of what I dealt with. Anti-Semitism, it existed, but it was quite small. I think what we saw after October 7, particularly at the Opera House immediately after, and some of the celebrations in parts of Western Sydney, ushered in a very dark period for the Jewish community. The weekly protests, the flags, the terrorist symbols, the pictures of the Ayatollah, all these things contributed to an environment that was very hostile to Jews, and now the vast majority of my work is dealing with anti-Semitism.
Are you able to offer any suggestions or any opinion as to why you think that this trajectory of anti-Semitism has become worse since the massacre of 7 October 2023?
I think some of it, there was some existing anti-Semitism that people felt they could now, was socially acceptable to unleash it, and that's why we saw what we saw at the Opera House, why we saw what's continued on since then. And I mean, to me, sometimes I make the comparison. Some of these protesters will say that they're protesting for Palestinian rights, which as a concept, sounds quite benign. But it's as if, after Kristallnacht, it's as if people started protesting for German people's rights. I mean, of course, German people have rights, but there's a significance in the events and the atrocities that are causing you now to all of a sudden come out and promote this cause. So that's a big part of it. As I sort of alluded to before, I think government policy, some of the statements and actions from people, particularly in the federal government, have egged on the situation, refusing visas disproportionately to Jewish and Israeli people, the constant statements. What we saw this weekend at the Labour Party's national conference, this all creates a hostile environment for Jews in this country, and you can bring in as many physical security policies and funding as you want, but if you don't address the drivers of it, it's can only have so much impact.
You suggest in that answer that underlying what you describe as anti-Semitism associated with people supporting the pro-Palestinian cause is old-fashioned anti-Semitism, if I can put it that way.
Sure.
And I think a little earlier you said that your association will not have any truck with the Greens party because you consider the Greens to be anti-Semitic.
That's correct.
The Commission heard evidence in an earlier hearing block from Dr. Marcus, who conducted the Crossroads studies looking at attitudes of Australians towards religious faith, amongst other matters. And as Professor Marcus said, in the 2025 survey, the Greens scored the lowest on what he described as the Judeo-phobic scale, and the highest on what he described as the anti-Zionist subscale. And what I'm taking up with you, Mr. Gregory, is the apparent contradiction in your thesis that underlying, if you like, pro-Palestinian advocacy is necessarily a hostility towards Jews.
Well, with that particular study, which I'm not completely across, from what I understand, the differences in percentages were quite small, perhaps within the margin of error, I'm not sure, but they weren't significant. But when I'm talking about the Greens, I'm not talking about all their voters. I'm talking about their representatives. So we've seen, I can recall one of them held a sign, with the Magen David, keep the world clean. Another one spoke about, tentacles of the Jewish people. So these really are classic anti-Semitic tropes being used by, what would self-identify as progressive political parties. They probably don't consider themselves anti-Semitic, but to me, to outside observers, I think you can see the connection between that. And a lot of the tropes the protesters and different activists bring up, they're not new. I mean, so, Jews are child killers, people say. Now they say the Jewish state is child killers, Jews poison wells. Now Israel poisons wells. They're often just transferred these ancient hatreds onto the modern situation.
I understand. I'm sorry, Mr. Frieger.
No. Thank you, Your Honour. Commissioner. On that point, then, Mr. Gregory, what do you say to people who adopt the almost cliche of telling Jewish people not to conflate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism?
Well, I would say, as someone who's closely observed a lot of these protests, I haven't seen, as I mentioned, we've seen terrorist symbols, we've seen the Ayatollah's flag, we've seen the slogans, from the river to the sea, at any cost, globalize the Intifada. We haven't seen anyone, I don't recall seeing any protesters, we're protesting for Israel and Palestine to live in peace, that's just not what we see. So, it doesn't directly answer your question, but I think in answer to your question, Zionism is a central tenet of Judaism, so it's not possible to falsely conflate them. That it's central to the identity of almost all Jews in Australia, in the world, and it's central to Judaism. So if someone describes them, if someone hates Zionists, well then they hate Jews. It's that simple.
How does it make you feel when you have somebody, whether it's a completely secular, non-observant Jew, or whether it's somebody who's not Jewish, telling you as a Jew that you mustn't conflate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism?
Honestly, it's very strange. No other minority group would be told by others how to define their identity. It's very strange. Zionism is central to Judaism. It's central to the identity of Australian Jews. So if people are trying to take our identity away from us so they can hate a certain part of our identity and say we have to pass these tests to be considered acceptable or not worthy of hate, well, that's I reject that completely.
And if I can then return to the subject that I was trying to obtain some clarification on as to why it is that since 7 October there's been this enormous increase in anti-Semitism. Did I understand you correctly to say that part of this has been the protests, the weekly protests?
I would say there's been many factors contributing to the anti-Semitism. The protests being a very significant one, government policy being another one, media, some of the ABC reporting. There's a lot of factors that have played a role, but yeah, certainly. The protests were a big one. We saw escalations in conjunction with them. We saw them enter areas where Jewish people live predominantly. We've seen clashes surrounding them, and obviously the most infamous of them, the Opera House one, tarnished Australia's reputation. I just returned from overseas, from Israel, and people still talk about it, that they, that despite what the police have said, they still talk about the Gas the Jews riot at the Sydney Opera House around the world. So it has tarnished Australia's image.
And in your observation of the protests, have you ever seen any nuanced criticisms of Israel? And I think you probably already answered this question, but I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. Have you ever seen any criticisms of Israeli policy, or do the calls at the protests call really for the annihilation of Israel?
Mr. Frequent, I really don't think this is going to assist me, whatever answer Mr. Gregory gives. We're talking about protests by people who are complaining about an aspect of policy of the Israeli government, whether it's nuanced or not.
With the Commissioner's leave, then, may I approach it this way, because perhaps I'm not expressing my question correctly. The statement free Palestine, what do you understand that statement to mean?
I think when most people who say that and who are protesting, then they when they say Palestine, they mean Israel. They're referring to the entire borders of the land of Israel, and what they mean by that is free of the Jewish state, free of Israel. I haven't actually seen like protests that are against one aspect of Israeli government policy. Like I think they're often from the river to the sea. They're against Israel's existence in general. I mean, what we saw right after October 7 wasn't a protest against an aspect of Israeli policy. It was a celebration of the massacre of Israelis. And so I think, perhaps what I'm seeing in the protest is not that we protesting an aspect of Israeli government policy, of course, can be done. I mean, there's often the straw man argument that people make that it's okay to criticize Israeli government policy. I've never seen anyone in my career say that it wasn't okay to do that. As everyone says, Israelis do that, Australian Jews do that, but these protests in general, as to my observation, they don't do that. They're not there saying we don't like this law or this minister or this whatever. They're saying we don't like Israel as a Jewish state.
Yes. So presumably that would apply to the statement globalize the Intifada?
I think that's even worse. I mean, to me, that's like saying globalize the Holocaust. I mean, you're taking a word that can have a technical other meaning, but realistically everyone understands it by what it is referring to, the most common reference. It's like the word Holocaust technically has another definition, but if someone says globalize the Holocaust, if they say globalize the Intifada, they both mean that they want to kill Jews, they want to kill me. That's how I understand it.
And death to the IDF?
I think that also speaks to itself. I mean, the IDF is a people's army, so all Israelis are conscripted into it. All men, women, Israelis have served in it. So death to the IDF, in effect, means death to millions of Israelis, to all the Israelis who visit Australia, who have served in the IDF, to Australian Jews who have done so. So it's a call for murder and genocide, actually.
Well, what would happen if there wasn't any IDF?
Well, Mr. Freegat, I think I've given a fair bit of latitude.
I withdraw that question. By any means necessary?
Again, I mean, that phrase is, is being said after October 7. To me, any means necessary. The means they're using, murder, rape, those type of things.
One last brief line of questions. You heard Dr. Schneider's evidence this morning, did you not?
I did.
And if I understood his evidence correctly, he suggested at one stage that there should perhaps be the imposition of some duty of care on venues or operators where functions are going to occur. What are your thoughts in relation to that issue?
I think that has the potential to have a negative effect on Jewish life and culture. Just taking the example I gave before, where we have a small team, small resources. If you're putting extra responsibilities on venues and organisers, venues will refuse to host Jewish events. As I mentioned, we don't get government grants, so we've never gotten a cent for security, so we pay for it out of pocket. And we're also not getting advice on it, so we're making difficult decisions. As I said in the example, I just didn't necessarily agree with the police and the security advice. I thought security was needed, but these extra responsibilities, as some of the previous witnesses have said, come with a cost, and that will only hurt Jewish life if there's more requirements like that.
In the sense that you feel that that venues will not agree to host or to allow Jewish organizations to hire the venues for their functions. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. So I've given examples where events have been leaked to protesters and venues have pulled out, and there's examples of venues that have refused to host events. But what I can imagine is there's plenty of venues who just wouldn't tell us a reason. They would say, we're not available on that day because it's an easier option. I also do know about various major events in the Jewish community that have been cancelled because venues cancelled on them, well-known venues cancelled on them due to pressure. And for whatever reason, these Jewish organizations did not want to go public because they don't want to scare their attendees. So they haven't, these are not known to the public, but major Jewish events have been cancelled by major venues in Australia.
And just on the subject of major events, you mentioned cancellation or revocation of visas that had been granted to very high-profile, well-known Israelis who were due to come to speak to various organizations in closed-door meetings. Are you able to be more specific?
Sure. So I think the first one was Hillel Fuld, who's an American-Israeli tech speaker who was coming to speak to a Jewish medical charity, to Magen David Adom, who had his visa cancelled. Ayelet Shaked, a former senior minister in a very diverse Israeli government, was invited by AJAC, and she also had her visa cancelled.
So the visas had been granted, and then just before they were to arrive in Australia, they were to leave Israel, the visas were revoked. Is that correct?
In both those cases, as I understand, yes. The next one, which I'm much more familiar with, is Simcha Rothman, who's the chair of the Israeli Parliament, the Knesset's Constitution, Law and Justice Committee. So he's a senior member of the Israeli government, which I know about this because we invited him on a tour to show solidarity with the Jewish community facing anti-Semitism. That was the purpose of his visit. We'd arranged talks for him in synagogues, in Jewish schools, and a lot of work went into it. A lot of people were looking forward to it, and despite him being a senior member of the Israeli government, his visa was also revoked as he was on his way to the airport, which caused huge concern in the Jewish community. And I think this is one of the cases we were quite outspoken when I mentioned that if organizations are taking grants from the government, they perhaps are not able to speak up. So the Jewish community was furious, but it maybe wasn't necessarily reflected in some of the organizations how strongly they took up this case. It did end up causing a diplomatic incident between Israel and Australia, with various diplomats expelled and things like that. So I think all in all, a very bad incident for Australia and the Jewish community.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Friedrich. Yes.
Commissioner, there was one matter that arose. I don't wish to seek leave to question the witness, but I do just wish to put on the record that in answer to one of the questions put by Mr. Friedrich, the witness said that the federal government has, and I quote, egged on the situation with regards to anti-Semitism. Now, that's a very broad and somewhat political statement. I don't think it can be adequately explored in the context of this hearing, but I just wish to note that that's, of course, not a matter that the federal government accepts.
That's noted, Mr. Milligan, and I don't propose that we will go into it further.
No, thank you,
I
Commissioner.
understand the Commonwealth's position. Thank you, Mr. Gregory. You are excused.
Thank you.
Commissioner, I now call Mr. Scott Wilson.
Yes.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes, do take a seat, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I might just indicate that the intention is to take the luncheon adjournment from 1:15 with a view to not all our mobile phones going off at 2 p.m. in the hearing room. Yes.
Mr. Wilson, what's your full name, please?
It's Scott Fife Wilson.
Your address is known to the Commission. You've prepared a written expert report which has the ID EWR.5999.001.0242.
That's correct, sir, yes.
Are the contents of that expert report true and correct to the extent that they record facts and otherwise a true record of your opinion?
They are, sir, yes.
Commissioner, I tender the expert report.
Yes, the expert report will be received as an exhibit.
Mr. Wilson, you're an expert in counter-terrorism, policing, security and crisis management?
That is correct, sir, yes.
You've attached a CV to your report and you've summarised your training and experience in section 3.1 of your report.
That's correct, sir, yes.
You have 31 years of policing experience in the United Kingdom?
Yes, with the Metropolitan Police, mostly at New Scotland Yard.
And you retired from the UK force in 2018?
That's correct, sir, yes.
And since then you've been engaged by numerous government and other bodies for consultancy work in counter-terrorism and security and crisis management?
Yeah, on a number of inquiries, sir, yes.
Now, when you were with the police, you held senior roles at New Scotland Yard and in the National Counter-Terrorism Headquarters?
That's correct, sir, yes.
From 2014, and you were the National Coordinator for Protect and Prepare, is that right?
That's correct, sir, yes.
Could you describe what Protect and Prepare is in the UK?
Yeah, in the UK, the contest strategy, known as the 4 Ps, is pursue, prevent, protect and prepare. So that is the 4 elements to the UK strategy to deal with terrorism. I was in charge from a policing perspective from 2 of those elements, the protect and prepare element, protecting the UK from terrorist attacks and ensuring that the UK were prepared for terrorist attacks through testing and exercising, making sure that officers had equipment, training to be able to deal if we had the eventuality of a terrorist attack.
One of your roles in the years before that period, you were responsible for the multi-agency emergency planning during the 2012 Olympic and Paralympic Games in London.
That's correct. Between 2010 and 2012, I was head of emergency planning for the whole of the Metropolitan Police, but an aspect of that was also the head of emergency planning piece for the Olympic Games during that period.
And you were the UK policing representative at the Global Terrorism Forum until you retired from the UK force in 2018.
Yes, that was a role I carried out between 14 and 18 as National Coordinator.
Could you just describe what the Global Terrorism Forum is?
That's a group of experts, mostly from the Five Eyes, who come together quarterly throughout the world, and it's showcasing what we're doing and speaking to each other, looking at the threat picture overall, and reviewing each other's procedures and learning from each other. So it's mostly Australia, America, Canada, the UK, but other countries are invited to that forum as well.
You currently work with the UK Resilience Academy, and that forms part of the operations of the UK Cabinet Office, is that right?
That is correct, sir. I'm a senior associate with what's in the UK was the Emergency Planning College for some 20 years, but last year it's changed its title to the UK Resilience Academy.
I see. And does that academy only work with government, or does it work with others?
No, it works across the sector. It trains from all the way up to central government, where we run large central government exercises, all the way to emergency services, to the private sector. So I've been very fortunate in the last 13 years to have travelled all over the world, teaching from police officers to government officials on emergency planning, business continuity, crisis management, leadership. Recently, just 2 weeks ago, doing quite a lot of training around the Commonwealth Games team, because Commonwealth Games have been held in Scotland at the time, so I was selected to do the training up in Glasgow for the senior management for the Commonwealth Games. Well, one aspect, sir, you did miss the first, I was also a senior investigating officer with SO15, the Counter-Terrorism Command, for 2 years before moving on to the Olympic Command, which was obviously quite significant.
Yes.
Yeah.
And what were your roles in that SO15?
I was a senior investigating officer, so that was investigating terrorist offences worldwide. And one of the cases, for instance, was Litvenko, the Russian spy, fell under my remit at that time. Different offences, so I spent time in the UK, so I was over here in Australia, working with the FBI and Australian Federal Police on different investigations, whether they were UK-based or worldwide-based. I was also head of the forensic management team for a 6-month period, before then moving on to the Olympic Command. That was part of the reason for selecting me for the Olympic Command, because of that security background I had from working within SO15, bringing those two elements together.
Thank you. Now, can I ask you a little about some of the developments in UK legislation and procedures in relation to event planning and management over the years that you've observed and that you've brought to bear in your expert report? So there have been a number of changes to the way events are planned and management in the UK that are significant over the last, say, 20 years.
That is correct, sir. I think the main driver was the introduction of the Civil Contingencies Act 2004 in the UK. And that really came about after events in 9/11, the UK government looking at, if we had got an incident in the UK like 9/11, how would the emergency services, the local authorities, the other agencies, how could they come together, work together, share information together? And that really, the Civil Contingencies Act was born out of that in 2004.
And that provided for new legal obligations on responders to emergencies, did it?
That is correct, sir. They're split into really two categories. Category 1 responders, which is your main emergency services, police, fire and ambulance, and your what we class in the UK as your local authorities. They're the main Category 1 responders, with some government agencies as well, environment agencies, some of the health agencies. And then you've got your Category 2 responders, who could be your airports, your highways, your utilities. They have to align themselves with the Civil Contingencies Act, but they're not legally obliged like Category 1 are. Category 1 are legally obliged. And in areas they then come together under groups called the Local Resilience Forums.
And one other aspect of the event planning processes and structures that have changed is the introduction and continuation of what are called safety advisory groups. Is that right?
Yes, safety advisory groups have been in place for a number of years, but they fall under that Local Resilience Forum banner. And if I could very quickly explain what that is. Within the UK, we've got 44 policing areas, and each area has got a Local Resilience Forum. So if we take Manchester, that is a Local Resilience Forum. If we take Yorkshire, that is South Yorkshire, West Yorkshire would be 2 Local Resilience Forums. Within those areas, the safety advisory groups would sit with the police from those areas, with fire from those areas, with highways, with licensing, and they would look at specific events which may be taking place in their areas, and they would advise them on what they should do and shouldn't do. And if they feel that the event shouldn't go ahead, if there's licensing aspects or it's within council land, they can stop the event going ahead. That could be for safety reasons or public safety reasons, or if it was in a building, it could be fire authorities who decide it's too dangerous.
So in the ordinary course, if there's an event with 500 or 1,000 or 1,500 people in a public location, would that be something that a safety advisory group would gather consider and then provide advice to police and emergency services about?
But that 500 figure is the sort of key starting mark. But if you were having, for instance, maybe even a smaller event, but you're having pyrotechnics or fireworks, that could make it more dangerous, which may have to go through a safety advisory group. But not every event. If, for instance, the Boy Scouts or the Girl Guides were having a meeting in a park with 100 people, that probably wouldn't need to go through the safety advisory group. It's usually where there's other aspects where there could be danger, or the numbers are inflated, like 500 and above. So every single event, a fete in a small village wouldn't have to go through a safety advisory group. That would just be taken, that would be fair enough for that to take place.
So who is it that convenes or manages the safety and advisory group process?
It's the local authority who chair the meeting, so it would usually be someone from within the emergency planning department of the local authority would be the chair. Depending on the size of the event, then it would depend on how many other organisations. You would usually always have police within that safety advisory group and fire. If it was going to be closing roads, for instance, so if I use an example which I've worked in since leaving policing, Reading Festival, which is a large festival in the UK, 100,000 people come to Reading Festival, so there's lots and lots of demands. There'll be lots of organisations around that group because there's going to be train networks getting people to highways. But if it was a much smaller event, it was maybe 1,000 people in a certain area, then obviously the numbers that safety advisory group would be much smaller.
And within that UK safety advisory group structure, would the group itself be carrying out things like a risk assessment, a threat assessment, or would they merely be recommending that somebody else carry that out?
They would expect the event organisers to put together event management plan, risk assessments, insurance policies, their criteria, what security they were putting in place. So was it private security, for instance? And they would then look at that, and they would then advise on the plan that was produced to the safety advisory group what else they had to do if the local authority were then going to grant the licence or grant authority for that event to take place on their ground.
And would it be the role of a safety advisory group to advise on, for example, the police resources that ought to be dedicated to the event?
The police would look at that separately. The police would look at the event, and on the numbers, the threat picture, looking at the intelligence picture, they would decide what numbers they were putting on that. So the safety advisory group are sitting with the police around the table, but the local authority spokesperson wouldn't say, well, you need to have 20 officers here. That would then go back to police, fire and ambulance for them to decide how many officers from those emergency services would have to be at those events.
And have the safety advisory groups, have they persisted in a useful way in the United Kingdom, to your observation?
They have been, because what we have in the United Kingdom is a number of guides as well. We call it the green guide, the purple guides, but these are only guides for people who are holding large events. And what the safety advisory group does, it pulls a lot of that together, and it keeps the events a lot tighter, so they can be advised on, yeah, you can have your event, but this is the provisions you need to put in place before you're going to get the licence, or we'll allow you to have that event on council land. It's all aligned at that point to health and safety. That's where the full alignment. You may go on to move on to the Terrorism Protection of Premises Act, which is slightly different. The Safety Advisory Group was all allowing the full health and safety piece of events rather than looking at terrorist activity within events.
Thank you. You have referred in your statement separately to the counter-terrorism security advisors.
Yes.
What is that role in the UK, and how do they contribute to this organisation of a safe event?
Right. They fall under a group called NACSO, and that was one of as national coordinator, I had 6 different streams, and one of my streams I was in charge of was NACSO, the National Counter-Terrorism Security Office. And within the National Counter-Terrorism Security Office, when I was in role, there was about 250 national counter-terrorism security advisors. And if you think about, I'm sure you have in Australia, crime prevention officers, so a crime prevention officer who can go and tell you what you need to do to your house to put a burglar alarm or fence in or gates in. Counter-terrorism security advisors doing the same work, but it's to stop terrorist attacks taking place at large venues. So they mostly attend football grounds, shopping centres, critical national infrastructure sites. They could be asked to come to big events, so probably not your events you're looking at 500 to 1,000 people, but if I go back to something like Reading Festival with 100,000 people there, the Safety Advisory Group may ask for the Counter-Terrorism Security Advisor to go and have a look at that venue, because it's such a large event with such big numbers tiers there. So you're not going to get counter-terrorism security advisors turning up at every small event. They usually work on tiers. Your very large shopping centres, your large places where public attractions. So if you take in Australia, something like the Opera House would definitely have where the counter-terrorism security advisor would go and advise, because you're getting lots of flow through that and within that area. So they're all tiered off, tier 1, tier 2 and tier 3. They will concentrate in your tier 1s as your critical national infrastructure, your tier 2, your large football grounds, your shopping centres and your public accessible locations where you have large crowds, and then your tier 3 could be your events. So for instance, Manchester Arena was a tier 3, and the counter-terrorism security advisors had been to the arena a number of times before there was actually concerts at that arena.
Well, you referred a little earlier in your evidence to the protection of premises legislation.
Yes.
And that's the Terrorism Protection of Premises Act 2025 in the UK, which is named in honour of Martin Hett, one of the victims of the 2017 bomb attack at Manchester Arena.
That's correct, so yes.
So it's called Martin's Law.
Yeah.
And that legislation requires venues and hosts of public events to take certain steps to prepare for a terrorist attack, is that right?
Yes, so what you're looking at, it's mostly around premises. So again, we're talking about their arenas, we're talking about football stadiums, we're talking about public attractions, whether that's theme parks. That's what it was mostly, but what it also brings in is events. Events are taking place which have got more than 200 people, but you've got two tiers. You've got the one between 200 and 800, then 800 and above. 800 and above would be classed as an enhanced tier. So if you've got 800 or more people at an event or a venue, you have to put more security in place.
This law is still being implemented, or has it come into force? Do you understand?
It's been through. It's in legislation at the moment, but it's not going. No one will be prosecuted for breaching that law. So there's a 2-year bedding in period where organisations have now got the opportunity to get the plans in place, to bring experts in, to make sure the staff are trained, and then in 2 years' time. So we're now 1 year into that 2 years. By April 2027. Then there'll be a legislative group which can go out and inspect organisations. So at the moment, let's call it a bedding in period. The government have given a 2-year bedding in period for organisations to put this in place.
You referred to the 2 tiers of premises that it refers to, and in respect of the standard tier, which I think you indicated was 200 to 800 attendees.
Yeah.
What sort of steps or measures would the operator or owner of premises in that standard category be required to do under the legislation, to your understanding?
People who are working within that or working at that event should have an awareness of counter-terrorism measures. So what we have in the UK as well is something called Act Online. So that's Action Counter-Terrorism. It's a free training package that CT Policing through NACSO provide. So you would expect that members of staff who are working at that venue would have some sort of knowledge around that. You'd expect some sort of briefing, a security briefing to take place before the event takes place to heighten the awareness. You would expect some sort of plan in place, so an evacuation plans. What is the evacuation plan if something went wrong? Is there a lockdown plan? So we're not talking about putting lots of money into CCTV or barriers, but it's really just having the staff having an awareness of what's taking place at that event. So if something did go wrong, they would be able to step in and help out.
And in the enhanced tier, can you describe the
well, that becomes a little bit more sophisticated. You're definitely looking for a counter-terrorism plan to be in place for that event. So I've got a complete draft counter-terrorism plan. You're expecting all the staff there to have done the training, without a doubt, not just maybe the key. In the lower stage, it might only be key individuals, but you'd expect everyone who works for that organisation would have done some sort of Act Online training going forward. It might well be you've got hostile vehicle mitigations. This may be barriers to stop crowds, to stop vehicles driving into crowds. It might well be you've got enhanced CCTV. It may well be you've got a security company who have been brought in to provide security at that event. So it just raises it to a completely different level.
And the tier, the enhanced tier involves larger premises with attendees of 800 or more.
800 or more, and that's 800 at one time. So if over an event, if an event was going on for 4 hours and you only ever had 200, then another 200, that wouldn't be classed as an enhanced tier because you've not got 800 in the venue at one time. So we're talking about 800 actually being present, and that's including staff members. So if you've got 100 staff members, it takes the public numbers down to 700.
You've indicated in your statement that there may be circumstances in which an event held in a public space or in a public park would fall within the scope of that UK legislation.
It would, yes.
So in what circumstances would that apply?
For an event that happened, if we take the event that happened on the 14th, that certainly would, because it was ticketed in some way, it was barriered in some way. Do you mean there was barriers there as well? It was a publicised event.
Sorry, did you say certainly would or
it would? It certainly would. It would, because it meets those criteria, and it's not like, I think an example would be a few hundred school leavers deciding they're going to go to Bondi Beach at the end of and just meet up. Although the numbers are the same, it's not a pre-planned event where there's been any tickets or advertising or any food stalls. That's just a spontaneous event. So what we didn't want the legislation to do was, if we could use Australia for instance, there probably will be 800 people in the grounds of the Botanic Gardens today. That wouldn't be classed under Martin's Law because they're not there for one event, they're there for so in an open space it's much different than from a building, if that makes clear. If you're using an open space and you're holding a festival or you're holding any event in there where it's ticketed in some way and they're coming specifically for that and there's possibly food stalls there or there's an entry price there, it certainly would fall under Martin's Law. But if it's people spontaneously meeting in a park and it just exceeds those numbers, then it wouldn't do.
So the structure of the regime that's put in place under Martin's Law in the UK, it would require for an outdoor public park event with hundreds of attendees, it would require the organisers or the owners of the site to get in touch with local authorities and consult with a security one of the SAGs, the safety advisory groups that you've described?
So what the safety advisory groups will be doing now, which they weren't doing 2 or 3 years ago, will be looking at the Martin's Law, the Protection of Premises Act, and they'll be using that as part of the criteria. Say, well, what have you got in place? Under Martin's Law, the expectation is your staff are trained, you've got possibly vehicle mitigation, you've got barriers. What actually have you got in place? And if it's felt that wouldn't be in place, they could then be reported to the Security Industry Authority.
And as you've described, that would have an advice function in relation to the police and emergency services.
That's correct, yes. It's all about, when it comes to set premises, it's quite clear. So something like a football ground, a shopping centre, a theme park. When it comes to events, at the moment, it's never been tested through the court yet. So at the moment, that's why I think they decided to have that 2-year period where they can look at this legislation, because it becomes a lot more complicated for events than it does for premises where you know the numbers are going to be there and you need to have the plans in place, etc.
And some of the features for consideration in respect of an outdoor event are addressed in your statement. You've mentioned a couple of them. One is security cordons.
That's correct, sir. Yes.
That encompasses fencing, no doubt.
Yes.
A plan for how people come and go without creating pinch points.
Yes, that's correct.
How an evacuation or alternatively a lockdown might be implemented.
Yeah, which is really important as well, certainly inside enclosed premises. And we actually seen that at Bondi Junction. Westfield's carried that out very well, where they were able to get into that lockdown procedure very, very quickly with that event that happened there. So that was a good example of where we would expect the UK, all premises like to be able to get into lockdown procedures the way Westfield did during the attack at Westfield Junction.
And of course that incident at Westfield was an incident in respect of which you advised
it was, so yes.
The coroner.
Yes.
Now can I ask you about resilience training and education, which you deal with in your report at some length, and the background to this, can I raise with you what's happened in terms of changes in emergency preparedness in the UK, particularly in regard to resilience training and education since 2018. So there has been a adoption of a new campaign to educate members of the public about these matters. Can you describe that in brief in the UK?
Yes, so in the UK, that's from a counter-terrorism point of view. ACT Online, so Action Counters Terrorism, was introduced in 2018. I heard your witness this morning talking about Project Griffin. So before ACT Online, Project Griffin was the counter-terrorism awareness package we had. But Project Griffin was all about deliveries, face-to-face deliveries for security personnel at conferences where people, we were reaching about 10,000 people a year UK-wide, giving them that sort of information, what you should do, looking at case studies, looking at the threat picture, and just bringing security teams up to date. ACT Online has taken those numbers to about 6 million people in the UK have probably went through some sort of ACT Online training in the last nearly 10 years.
So it's online training that's open to the public generally, is it?
It is. So, for instance, if I use an example, one of the first big companies that introduced it, Marks and Spencer's. I think you have Marks and Spencer's in Australia as well as a store.
No, but I think we're aware.
You're aware of the big store. So Marks and Spencer's in the UK, tens of thousands of employees. Everyone who worked in Marks and Spencer's, going back 6-7 years, will have done ACT Online. So it's about identifying suspicious behaviour, identifying suspicious items, run, hide, tell, and give you a little bit more awareness around the threat picture. I work for a number of UK companies, for instance, Chester Zoo, Centre Parks is a big holiday company. All the staff who work for those companies have done ACT Online. So that's everything from the cleaners up to the chief executive of the company. They all have done an ACT Online package. And there's different layers to these packages. The key people who work within these premises would probably do a 45-minute package. If you're a security personnel, you'll probably do an enhanced package. So you do what everyone else does and you'll do an enhanced package. But the idea is to make sure everyone is thinking. I often talk about if I'm working with a premises and there's maybe 1,000 employees but 5 security guards, security can't be down to those 5 security guards. It has to be down to the 1,000 employees. It's sometimes the cleaner or the person serving the coffee who sees the suspicious activity or sees the suspicious item, and they have to raise that with the staff. That's the idea. It's about making sure everyone in your organisation is vigilant and aware to the threat picture that's around them. That's what ACT Online is really all about.
And have government authorities instituted a requirement for employees to participate in the ACT Online as well, or is it made available to the private enterprise? MD
now can do it. So at the beginning, when we introduced it, I'll use Marks and Spencer's as a company. If I was the head of security for Marks and Spencer's, I would have to then register Marks and Spencer's as a company, and that would allow all Marks and Spencer's employees to then complete that training. Now, any person, if they want, can go onto the portal, can register themselves, and they can do the online training, and they can give themselves a certificate. So it's open completely to the public wide. So it's not down to certain companies or certain organisations registering the company, anyone in the UK. And that's where the numbers have really exceeded, because a lot of people who work in different industries have realised, well, this is a 45-minute package which certificates me in CT awareness, because that's what it does, and it's free.
And in the context of that education campaign or that training module, there are principles that have been promoted in the UK, particularly for firearms attacks, described as run, hide, tell.
Yeah.
Could you just describe that campaign, what the words mean and how?
Well, it's near enough identical to your escape, hide, tell campaign. So the idea being is if a terrorist attack, if you're aware of a terrorist attack taking place, your first aspect is to run, to get yourself to a place of safety as quickly as possible. If you can't run, then hide. Find somewhere, hide in a safe, secure location if you can't get away from the danger zone. And as soon as you're away from the danger zone, then notify the authorities of what type of attack it is, what the offenders are, what clothing they're wearing, what type of weapons they're carrying, so the authorities know what they're responding to.
And can you briefly describe the way...
Before the witness briefly describes the next aspect of this training, I'm going to suggest lunch.
Indeed. Thank you, Commissioner.
I'll adjourn until 2:15.
Thank you.
Mr. Wilson, before I resume with where I'd left off before the adjournment, can I just make three, I think, quick clarifications of your evidence? One is in your written report in paragraph 6.1.12.
Yep.
And at the top of page 61, the first line in page 61, I think there's a correction that you wish to make to the quote, to replace the word specific with the word plausible. Is that right?
That's right, sir. Yes.
Thank you. Then, in your earlier evidence today, you referred to ACT Online. That was a reference to ACT Online, which is an acronym for Action Counters Terrorism. Is that right?
That's correct, sir. Yes.
And also, I think you checked over the lunch and adjournment as to the number of times members of the public or of enterprises had taken that online course.
Yes, okay. That's correct, sir. Yes.
And what did that reveal?
Yeah, what it was, the run, hide, tell part of the video, which we were moving on to, by the first year, there was over 7 million people had logged in and watched that one aspect of. There's a number of different modules, but when it comes to run, hide, 7 million people, and in the first year alone, over 5,000 companies had registered. The problem we had in the first number of years is it was hard to work out numbers of individuals within those companies, because a company could have 10 people and it could have 10,000. But so the numbers are quite difficult, but we did know that 7 million people had accessed the run, hide, tell part of the training package in the first year.
In the first year,
within the first year of its release.
Yeah. And is that a current campaign as well?
The campaign moves on all the time, sir. So the campaign is still there. We then moved on to an international campaign in 2015 after the attacks in Tunisia. So that was for people going on holiday. So again, you could log on, and there was again videos, run, hide, tell videos, but it was more in a holiday environment rather than an office environment. So the campaign has been updated constantly since the launch.
And currently, are there similar public education campaigns on foot in the United Kingdom in relation to response to terrorism and the threat of terrorism?
Yeah, well, Martin's Law now becoming legislation, a lot of companies and a lot of individuals are now actually doing certificated courses. So rather than just doing the free online training, people can go and do a 5-day it's called a level 3 certificate in counter-terrorism. So, for instance, a lot of security managers I work with companies and I encourage them to go and get that certificate. So as well as having all your workers doing the ACT Online piece, security managers can now go and do a 2-day level 2 course or a 5-day level 3 course, all around counter-terrorism awareness, around Martin's Law, being able to write CT plans, risk assessments, etc.
And what organisation conducts those?
That's a number of training companies in the United Kingdom that provide that training. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Can I turn to ask you some questions more specifically directed to responses to terrorist attacks and drawing on your expertise in counter-terrorism policing?
Yes, Alison.
There are different models for how police forces plan to be the first responders to an attack that may be a terrorist attack, is that right?
That's correct, so yes.
And the background to these questions, of course, and as you've addressed in your statement, is evidence that the Commission has heard in public about the Bondi attack during the course of the hearings.
Yes, sir.
And that context includes that at the time the attack started, there were 4 general duties officers at Archer Park in Bondi. You appreciate that?
Yeah, I understand that, so yes.
And that one of the shooters was shot within 5 minutes of the attack starting?
Yes.
The second shooter was shot and apprehended within 8 minutes of the attack starting?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
And by that time there were 11 police officers on the scene?
That's correct, so yes.
Now, as you know, I'm not proposing to ask you in this public hearing about the details of the police response at the time of the Bondi attack, but to ask you some more broadly framed questions addressed to armed responses to attacks. You understand that?
Yes, sir. Yes.
In your statement, in your expert report, you have nevertheless identified some broad summary opinions of your review of the material that you have seen in relation to the police response to the Bondi attack.
That is correct, sir, yes.
And again, without descending to the detail, can I just address with you your high-level opinions in that respect? Firstly, in relation to the police response, in paragraph 2.2.1, just if you could address your opinion that's expressed in the first couple of sentences of that paragraph.
So that's 2.1.12, was that?
2.2.1.
2.2.1. Yeah, what I've highlighted there is the response and the speed of the response by the New South Wales police officers was tremendous. I mean, for them to be able to be there on scene as quickly as they were, I felt that the primary limitation was there weren't the right officers to be there. I mean, it's not the speed of getting the officers there, but they weren't the right officers. I mean, you should have specialist officers there as quickly as you could to be able to deal with a terrorist attack with long arms.
And so by your reference to not the right officers being there, you're referring to an ideal situation in which there was immediate support from specialised firearms officers attached to the police.
That's what I'd probably have expected, yes.
Now, in paragraph 2.1.8, you express a broad summary opinion about the planning. Could you just identify that?
Yeah, having the documents I was provided with the planning seemed comprehensive. The organisers had went through the processes. The community group had then notified from the threat picture to New South Wales the threat picture they felt that there was a high threat level of that event, and you can understand that. It's in probably one of the most iconic places in Australia. It is one of the largest Jewish celebrations in Australia. So when you add all these pieces together, it was obviously, to me, going to be a very high level of threat at that event.
But you've expressed the opinion CSG New South Wales planning approach appears comprehensive to your analysis.
Yeah, from the material I was given, it seemed to be very comprehensive. They had good engagement with Waverley Council. They had good engagement on a number of occasions with New South Wales Police, raising what they felt was their worries about the event. They couldn't have done much more.
Then in paragraph 2.2.2, you've expressed an opinion about the process of notification to the ambulance service, which you describe as exemplary.
Yeah, again, from reading from the timeline I was given, again, New South Wales Police notified ambulance within 1 minute. So I thought, yeah, that was exemplary. Yeah, and that's so important that to get ambulances there as quick as possible. Do you know what I mean? Because people will bleed out and people will die, and you can't have a lag in that at all. That joint up engagement between those emergency services is so vital.
Now, can I ask you to just set the scene a little bit with the contrasting position of policing in the United Kingdom, where it's the case that general duties officers do not carry firearms.
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
And there are, is this right, a limited number of categories of police that can bear arms in the United Kingdom?
Yeah. I think if we use the metropolitan police as an example, taking New South Wales covering a population of 8.6 million, London's about the same sort of numbers. In London there's about 35,000 police officers, so the numbers of police officers in London is much greater than you've got in the full of New South Wales. But out of those 35,000, there's probably only about 2,300, about 6.5% actually carry firearms. And when you then break that number down again, there's about 550 what we call specialists, and that's MO19 they're called, Met Operations 19. And they're the 550 who are trained to a very high level. A lot of the other officers, the other 1,500 will be doing static guarding outside embassies, outside Parliament. It might be protection officers for MPs and royalty. But the ones who are trained to deal with this type of attack, a marauding type attack, there's about 550 of them in the Met, and that's under a title of MO19. And out of that 550, they're patrolling, a number of them are patrolling London in a group of 3 in vehicles, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. And that's why the mass numbers of unarmed officers are relying on those specialist officers to get there very quickly and deal with these situations.
I'll ask you a little more about that group, the mobile officers in the United Kingdom in a moment. But just as a general proposition, you've indicated in your statement that just over 4% of officers across the entire police force in the UK are firearms officers.
4% UK-wide, 6% in London. Yes. Because in London you've got a lot more embassies and places you would have outside London, so that's probably the difference, numbers-wise.
Yeah. And is it right that the number of armed officers that police forces in the United Kingdom maintain changes from time to time according to assessment of risk and threat?
Yeah, certainly. The biggest change was after Mumbai in 2008. In Mumbai we realised the threat level from terrorism had changed. If you look at attacks from international terrorism before, although we'd seen suicide bombings, a lot of it was hijack situations, one of the most famous being the Iranian hijack situation, where police would go and contain the situation and would wait for military assistance. We realised after 2008 we just couldn't wait. We had to train our own police officers to be able to go forward and neutralise the threat. So there was a huge uplift in the training that officers were getting after 2008. After 2015, in the Paris attacks, again, I carried out a comprehensive review as part of my job as National Coordinator with the Chief Constable was actually named in the back of the report, Simon Chesterman, who is still is the police lead for firearms, and we realised we needed even more highly skilled trained police officers, and the UK government then provided a number of millions of pounds where we uplifted again. I think it was an extra 600 officers come into London in total, and again about another 1,400 UK-wide. So there's been 2 large lifts, and one was after 2008, the other lift was after 2015 when we've seen the Paris attacks.
So in respect of that group of officers in the United Kingdom who carry weapons with greater firepower, if I can put it that way, can you just address the comparison between standard issue police firearms in New South Wales, being the 9mm Glock, and the weapons that those in England would carry?
Well, there's no the 500 I'm talking about in the MO19. They're doing a 12-week course and they're carrying carbines. They're specialist officers to deal with these type of attacks. The officers don't routinely carry Glocks because the majority of officers are unarmed. So you can't compare your general patrol officers against the Met MO19 officers. Your best comparison is probably is it Tactical Operations Unit. That is your probably comparable units. When you look at what the training, to an extent the training they get and the resources the Tactical Operations Unit carry, that is a greater example of putting the 2 units together.
So do you have an understanding of the comparison between the NSTOU firearm equipment they carry and the comparison between that and the MO19 in England?
I think that they appear to be comparable. The only difference would be MO19 are patrolling all the time. They're listening to the radio constantly. There's cars out there patrolling like general patrol officers, but with these specialist firearms in them. As far as I understand from the TOU, they're more of a reactive unit. If you want them to come out and do armed surveillance, or you need them to carry out a high-risk threat risk, they're not actually patrolling I think you used to call them the commands, isn't it? That when in London we used kind of command units as well. So they're not out there on the ground all the time. If we take in London, there's probably 24 vehicles every shift with 3 people in each vehicle patrolling any area of the site of Sydney. So it's 20. You can rely on 75 officers who are all highly trained in these vehicles to respond. your TOU model is a totally different model. What if I could explain it, sir? If you take those 180 in a normal shift that we're patrolling, the other 180 are doing the stuff that you're TOU. So when I was on Operation Trident or counter-terrorism and I want to go and arrest an offender, I'm not using the 180 patrol officers, I'm using the other 180 who will be out doing operations. And that, as far as I understand, that's what your TOU do. If you need them for active armed surveillance or to arrest a high-risk offender or a hijack situation, that's what they're for. They're not there to actively patrol and listen to the radio and be at scenes very quickly.
And just to go back to the firearms, you've given some evidence about the 9mm Glock, its range and accuracy in extent of that range. Could you just describe that briefly?
Well, most of the training is done on firearms with a Glock is very short distance. It's sort of 9 metres to 23. And a Glock, using a Glock weapon is a perfect example was the Bondi Junction. That was a perfect example where Inspector Amy Scott used the weapon very effectively to deal with that offender at very close quarters where the person was running towards her. She was able to use that weapon. Using a weapon like that from 40 metres, you're going to have to be a really good shot to hit your target. When if you're a specialist officer who had a carbine, they could easily be using that carbine from 80 metres or 100 metres, and you would expect every officer to be able to hit that target from that distance using that type of weaponry. So my expectation would have been that if a specialist officer had turned up with one shot, they would have probably killed the two or taken out the two terrorists from that distance. Because the range of that weapon is much greater. You can use that weapon quite easily from 100 metres, 150 metres. You can't use that weapon. With a Glock, you're having to get up close, as we've seen with your officers. You're having to get close to the targets to be able to use that weapon. Unless you're a real specialist, do you mean like an Olympic type shooter? Do you mean? And no police officers usually are. For the amount of training they do, I think you do 8 hours at your academy and then there'll be a refresher type training. It's not the ideal weapon to be dealing with those sort of distances, 40, 50, 60 yards.
You mentioned the training given to firearms officers. Can I just ask you a little about that topic?
Yeah.
Again, to draw out the comparison or contrast that you see between the United Kingdom and New South Wales. So in terms of training given to firearms officers in the United Kingdom, what does it involve? What does the basic training level involve?
It's a 12-week intensive course to become what's called an ARV officer. So these officers who will be patrolling in these vehicles have to undergo 12. Because again, you have to remember our basic officers don't do any training. Where your basic officers do, I think it's 80 hours. I read in one of your manuals, they do at the training academy. Our officers wouldn't. So our officers would join the police. They would spend 2 or 3 years in the police. They would then apply to become an armed officer. And they would then, if they were going to be an ARV officer, they would go a 12-week intensive course. 50% of those officers fail that course. It's quite a difficult course to pass. If you then want to become a counter-terrorism specialist firearms officer, which is even a higher level, that's another 12 to 14 weeks on top of that. So what we have is a model of very highly trained with really highly sophisticated equipment within these units, because on the ground our officers basically have a baton and CS gas, and the odd officer will carry a taser, because the majority of patrol officers don't have any sort of weaponry at all. So they're relying on the MO19 to get there very, very quickly and deal with whatever threat. And I think I've gave 3 or 4 examples in the report of Manchester Arena, the specialist officers getting there within 8 to 10 minutes and dealing with the threat. London Bridge, which I was actually the senior identification manager on, within 8 minutes of the call, there was 2 ARV units there, identified the 3 terrorists, shot and killed them. And then the most recent one at Manchester Synagogue, 3 minutes they were allocated, and within 7 minutes the specialist officers were on scene and shot and killed the terrorist.
These specialist officers are in police cars patrolling.
Just like your patrol officers, Commissioner.
And they're doing that 24 hours
24 hours a day, yeah. So in Bondi, for instance, one of these patrol vehicles, that would be their patch, the very same. So they would be, so these 20, they're all not together. They will be aligned in the morning. When I was in the police before I left, it was about 30 a day, because there's 30 boroughs in London, so each one would be patrolling a borough. So one patrol vehicle probably patrolling somewhere like Bondi. So if there's any armed incident in Bondi, the officers on the ground know that there's an armed unit there. Well, there'll be another one probably in the city round about the the Opera House area. So there's these 20 vehicles which are all given their area, and what they'll also have to do is they'll be given if for instance there's a synagogue in that area and they know there's going to be a prayer, they'll be said, "We'll pay attention to that at that time." So they will not be dealing with your average domestic violence calls. They'll not be dealing with your shoplifting calls. They'll not be dealing with road traffic. They're not dealing with it. That's what they're not there for. They don't answer to those calls at all. They're only there to deal with firearm threats. So they're not
They
like
have long arms in the
car.
vehicle.
Yeah, they're all fully trained. The long arms in the vehicle. Yeah, and they can respond very, very quickly to these armed incidents, not traffic incidents, not shoplifters, not domestic violence, nothing like that. They're only there to answer to the armed calls.
So just to clarify, did you say 20 or 24?
There's about 24. There's 20 MO19, and then what you've also got is, because London, you've got the City of London Police in the middle. You've got City of London. I've got one vehicle as well out every day. British Transport Police have got, again, they're trained to the same level. So again, we've got a Transport Police in London, because I spoke to Simon Chesterman, the Chief Constable, said, "What is that?" I wanted to make sure those numbers were accurate, because when I left in 2018, it was about 30 we were putting out every day. His recommendation was about 24 a day. So 20 for MO19, one from City of London, 2 for BTP, and then Heathrow Airport have another vehicle. So if they're just patrolling Heathrow Airport, but they can be pulled in as well. So about 24 vehicles a day, and in each of those vehicles, you've got 3 individuals who are all carrying long weapons.
Now, is the kind of specialist training that you've described for the officers who do become authorised firearms officers in the United Kingdom, is that capable of being the kind of training that's rolled out more generally, or is it too time consuming and specialised for that to occur? Yeah,
it would be too time to train 165,000 officers. You could never do that. So that's why, as I say, the numbers we have are very low, but they're trained to a very high specification, and we expect them to be there quickly. And if you use the comparison of your general patrol officer who completes his 80 hours, is it Goulburn College or Academy, where they do their 80 hours, and then you've got this armed offender course to do, which is 3 days. We add that together, that works out to something like 9 days training your average officer in Australia's got, compared to at least 12 weeks for an ARV officer in the UK. So there can't be any comparison.
And it's also right that there is training for command roles within such groups.
Yeah, there is, because what you have as well is you have 3 different command structures. So I was both a tactical firearms commander and a strategic firearms. So I wasn't carrying a gun being a strategic firearms commander. That's more when you're carrying out firearms operations. So when I was an SIO, Senior Investigating Officer in Operation Trident or in counter-terrorism, and we want to go and arrest a high-risk offender, I will be the officer who plans the firearms operation. How many firearms officers I need, what equipment I want, how I want them to carry out the operation, and I'm in overall charge of that operation as a strategic firearms commander. I'm doing that from an office. Tactical firearms commander is usually on the ground, but again is not carrying weapons. It's the operational firearms commander, who would usually be the sergeant or the inspector, who's then in charge of that team of firearms officers who are going through the front door or are going into the premises to arrest the offender. So it's strategic, tactical and operational. I think in Australia your operational tactical may be around the other way, but that's the way we do it in the UK. Strategic, tactical, then operational. So if I could use Manchester Arena as an example, as soon as they were aware of the terrorist attack, the incident commander within the control room, he automatically becomes the tactical firearms commander. So he's now in charge of the firearms operation. He assigns the officers on the radio to get to the call. He appoints one of them, one of the most senior, as the operational firearms commander. So he's then in charge, or she's in charge of the officers on the ground. He then notifies his boss, who becomes the strategic firearms commander, who's having the overall view of the operation.
Thank you. You've also described in your excuse me, in your report how tactics have been reviewed and changed from time to time in response to what you call marauding terrorist attacks.
Yeah.
Now, what is that phrase? What sort of attack does that describe?
We used to refer to it pre-2018, it was referred to as a marauding terrorist firearms attack. So when a marauding terrorist firearms attack was notified, at that time in the UK, back in 1718, it was a code name which was only used within policing and within the emergency services. It wasn't in the public domain. It's now in the public domain after Manchester Arena and the inquiry that it became the public domain. And that is then declared as a Plato incident. So if it's declared as Plato, it means there's at that time, a marauding firearms attack. So your incident at Bondi Beach would be a marauding firearms attack. But what we realised is that a firearms attack and a knife attack can just be as deadly. We can see as many casualties. So we got rid of the firearms title, and Plato can now be declared for any marauding attack. So if we take Bondi Junction, although that wasn't a terrorist attack, at the time that happened, nobody knew or didn't know, was it terrorism, was it mental health? In the UK, that would have been declared as a Plato, and the response would have been the very same to Bondi Junction as it would have been to Bondi Beach. These armed MO19 officers would have went there, and they would have treated that as a marauding attack.
And then when that occurs in the UK, when the Plato protocol or operation is declared, what happens in terms of the police and emergency services response?
Well, the police officer's job is then to locate the offender and neutralise the offender, to neutralise the threat in whatever way they can. So very much like New South Wales done in both of your occasions, and at Bondi Junction and at Bondi Beach. You're located and you then neutralise the threat, and that's what the police officer's job is to do. When before 2008, a lot of it would be containment. You would be waiting for military resources to come in to carry out that neutralisation. Now police officers are trained to go forward, locate the threat and neutralise the threat.
And you've referred to the joint operating principles by which agencies other than the police are brought in under the description of the Plato operation.
That's right. These are called the joint operating procedures, which again were introduced around about the time of the Olympics 2012. They have been updated over the last 14 years. And what that is, the fire service and the ambulance service, the other two main emergency services, they're now aware what they can do and can't do during a marauding terrorist attack. Only organisation that can declare Plato is the police. So the other organisations can't declare it, but the expectation is we train quite heavily with other organisations where they can come forward and they can be wearing ballistic protection to go into the scene together with police officers, sometimes under police guard, to be able to get casualties out of there.
Can I bring up on the screen your appendix D5, which is one of your diagrams on page 30 of your report, where you reproduced in diagrammatic form the hot, warm and cold zones in the context of the Plato protocol.
Could I just add, sir, I'm happy for it to come up on the screen, but will that then be released outside with that as a document? Because I did mention in the meeting yesterday, so that's the only sensitive document in the pack.
I see. Perhaps if we can limit it to the screens in the hearing room, if that's...
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's just I didn't want to get out of the public domain. It's fine to be released within the court, but not in the public domain.
Okay. And perhaps while it's coming up, could you just begin your explanation of the hot, warm and cold zone approach and why this is implemented?
Right, so what we have in a situation like that is very quickly the operational firearms commander, so this is the person who's appointed, who's leading the team, will make a decision what area is cold, what area is warm and what area is hot. So cold is a safe zone. So if you don't mind me using West Bondi Junction shopping centre, because it's probably easier than an outdoor centre. So the car parks outside may well be declared as a cold zone, because although it's within the vicinity of the shopping centre, there is no danger in that area. And that is usually where your forward command post is going to be and your rendezvous point. So that is the point where the emergency service is going to come together, and that's the point that they will then engage into the shopping centre. And that would be classed as your cold zone. You've probably got a cordon outside that to keep members of the public in, but within a policing, fire and ambulance perspective, that is the place where unarmed officers, unarmed paramedics and unarmed fire officers can come quite safely to be briefed to then go forward. You then have a warm zone. So again, if we use Bondi Junction as an example, if you know your suspect is on the 4th floor, it may well be you can put your paramedics into the first, second and third floor because you know you've got them contained in one floor. So although there's a danger that it could get to that floor, that becomes the warm zone. So that's a zone which is more dangerous, and usually you would only put officers forward who had ballistic protection into that, whether that was police officers or paramedics or fire officers, whether actually that they've got ballistic protection in some way, whether that's stab-proof vests or a bulletproof vest. The hot zone usually is the only place that firearms officers will go to neutralise the threats. Again, if we took Bondi Junction, if that had been a gunman there and he's on the 4th floor, only people that can be up on that floor is firearms officers. However, if that's a knife attack now and the operational commander feels that it's safe enough to go to treat casualties there, you can now move paramedics and fire officers onto that floor, but you'd very rarely do that in a firearms attack because it's always going to be too dangerous. For a knife attack, it's a lot different. I mean, if you can contain them on one side of that floor may be treated as hot, but you can still probably have people on that floor. So hopefully that gives some sort of explanation of, and the forward command posts, where they go together. And we're very, very, very key in the UK about the rendezvous point and the forward command post. That isn't just a police forward command post. That is a multi-agency forward command post. That's a command post where if I'm the silver commander from police, I'm looking for my ambulance counterpart, I'm looking for my fire counterpart, and together the three of us are putting together a plan to how we're going forward. Do you mean, like, I need 6 paramedics to come with me because I know there's 10 casualties in there and we're going to go forward under armed protection, and the paramedics and the fire officers would then go in, but that becomes a plan between the 3 organisations at both the rendezvous point and the forward command post.
And the joint operating principles that you referred to a little earlier, they flesh out the detail.
That really is so as a plan. That diagram has been taken from the joint operating procedures, explaining in probably about 40 or 50 pages what I've explained in the last few minutes.
You've also described in your report many police forces around the world have developed since the Mumbai attacks in 2008 a more specialised armed rapid response capability. And in the United Kingdom, you record that there's been a 63% increase in specialist tactical armed support for counter-terrorism over the last 10 years or so.
Yeah.
And is the situation in the UK now stabilising, or are there further increases in specialist tactical armed support?
Well, there was the huge uplift, as I say, after 2015-16, which then took to about 2,000. Because I think I heard the evidence this morning, and I know the evidence of the report. It takes time to train these officers, so the money became available from government in about 2016, and between 2016 and 2019, that's where that 63% increase of what we call counter-terrorism specialist firearms officers. So they're even a higher level than these MO19 ARV officers. These are officers who, if you end up getting a Paris type attack where it becomes a siege situation, and if we end up with special forces on the ground, these officers are trained to the level they can go forward with special forces to basically get into a gunfight and neutralise the threat.
You're aware that in February 2026, New South Wales Police announced the establishment of a rapid response unit.
Yes.
That's come to be described as the Armed Response Command, the ARC. Given that standard duty police officers in New South Wales are armed, that I take it doesn't change your view that a rapid response team model is desirable?
Well, without a doubt. I think I was quite surprised that it had taken to 2026 to realise you needed much more specialist officers when we were changing that model in 2012. Do you mean if we look at the threat level after Mumbai, and then the huge increased threat level with ISIS and ISIL between 14 and 19, and now where we are today, then without a doubt you need highly trained specialist firearms officers in your main cities, because these attacks could happen anywhere. I think we've seen it 2 nights ago in Germany. A vehicle driving into a crowd killed so many people and injured people. These attacks are happening worldwide constantly.
Can I ask you a little more about the deployment of armed teams in the United Kingdom? And your statement indicates that in the year ended 31 March 2025, there were 27,249 firearms operations.
Could you take me to the number at all? So
3.3.
3.3.3. Yep, got that, sir. Yep.
But is it right that there are only 4 of those incidents in which firearms were actually discharged by police?
That is correct, yes.
So what type of incident would result in one of those firearms operations, or what range?
One of the 17,000.
The 27,000.
The 27. That could be anything from, as an officer, I want to take a firearms team out to go and arrest an armed offender. So that would be part of that.
Yeah.
That could be calls from members of the public that a man has been seen with a firearms and the MO19 units. That could be armed robberies, which again, I'm sure you get them in. We don't get as many now as we used to get in London, say in the 80s and 90s, but we used to get a lot of armed robberies, whether that was bank robberies or shop robberies, etc. So it's that type. It can be anything from an actual armed robbery on the street to a surveillance operation where you're using armed units to a high-risk offender being arrested.
Yeah. If the newly announced Armed Response Command in New South Wales has 225 armed response officers attached to it, what sort of coverage would you expect to be able to be achievable from a unit of that size?
Not great, to be honest with you. If you take New South Wales, it's 500 times the size of London, and we've got 500 officers in London. I would say that unit could barely cover Sydney. I can't. I guess you have got the backup of every officer in Sydney is carrying a gun, when in London they aren't. But the numbers, because 225 isn't 225 on duty at one time, because in any shift pattern you're going to have a quarter. You're going to have one on early shift, one in mid shift, one on late shift, and one off. So that takes it down to about 60 probably on duty at any one time, covering the full of New South Wales. So I can't do the maths for you, but how many of those 60 are you going to have in Sydney if you're trying to cover the full area of New South Wales? Unless unless your concentration is all going to be in Sydney and Newcastle and your big towns, and there'll be nothing in the outer regions. I can only use the Met model of 500 in a city. And again, when you go to Birmingham, probably you're looking at about 200 in Birmingham. If you go to Manchester, you're probably looking at 200-300 in Manchester, and that's in a city. It's not covering a full. Like, New South Wales is bigger than the UK. It's I find it hard to get my head round the size of New South Wales. That's the problem.
And if
Yes,
the
Mr.
intent,
Alain.
Mr. Langford, I apologise to interrupt, just to ensure the witness proceeds on a sound basis. It's Metropolitan Sydney that is the area proposed to be addressed by the Armed Response Command.
Right.
I'm not sure whether that
in
substance changes his answers, but just from a sizing perspective.
It probably
Thank you,
does.
Mr. Allen.
It probably does, ma'am. Yeah, 200 plus in Sydney, but rather than covering the full, because I couldn't understand how you could have them in anywhere else outside Sydney, or Greater Sydney.
If there are 225 armed response officers focused on Metropolitan Sydney,
Yeah.
what's your opinion about the sort of coverage that you expect to be able to be achieved with that force?
If they're doing the patrolling piece that the MO19 carry out, and you're still then going to have TOU to be able to do what we class operations, so that could be arresting offenders and high-risk operations, then I could see that would work. But if you were going to be using those 200 to carry out what we class as operations, then your numbers are getting very low, aren't they? As I say, any one time you're going to have 60 on duty maximum, and if you're then pulling some of them away to go and arrest a high-risk offender or to do a hijack situation or whatever, I don't know what your model is. I don't know if that 200 is to cover everything, or is that just 200 patrolling officers? Like I said, in the UK, there's the 24 cars at any shift, which is, you times that by 3 shifts, that gives you the, was it 75 or 225 officers in London every day on a 24-hour period. Because you have to remember, with policing, it's a 24/7 operation. It's not 240 on duty at one time. It's a quarter of that on duty at one time, because you're covering possibly 3 shifts plus a day off.
And if the proposal is not to have, for example, a quarter of those armed response officers on patrol, actually mobile at all times and dedicated to that particular task, would that have an effect on response times, in your view, to an incident?
Yeah, it depends how many cars you're putting out in Sydney, and depends the size of it, because we talk about Greater Sydney rather than, because again, I don't know the I worked in London for 30 years, so I know the geography of London very well, and having went over to Bondi yesterday, Bondi feels like me like a borough in London, where you'd have probably one car just patrolling Bondi type thing, the sort of geographical size of Bondi when I travelled over there to yesterday. So I think is it 13 command units that Sydney has got, something like that. I can imagine. I think that was a number I read somewhere. If it's 13 command units, so you'd probably want a car in each command unit, possibly.
In the United Kingdom, what are general duties officers trained to do if they happen to be the first on the scene or at the scene when an incident begins?
They work to what's called the stay safe principle. So the idea there is to get people to places of safety if they can, so get people away from the danger zone, to, if they can get any cordons in place at all, to obviously notify for specialist resources as soon as possible. If it was someone with a knife, then we've seen it time and again, officers will go forward, because officers are still carrying tasers, they're still carrying CS gas, and they're still carrying batons. So the officers will go forward and deal with that. If it's a firearm, they have to then make a very quick dynamic risk assessment, and they wouldn't go forward. They would then put themselves in a place of safety, waiting for the specialist resources to get there. So if we take again, if I use London Bridge, a number of the initial police officers who were there did take on the terrorists out London Bridge. A number of them did get injured, but very quickly the specialists were there. The specialists were on scene within 5.5 minutes and had shot the 3 terrorists within 8. So it's that piece, knowing that your specialists are very close by and they're going to be on scene to be able to take it over, because again, we don't have officers carrying sidearms.
As you indicated earlier, you expressed the view in your report that the fact that the threat at Bondi was neutralised by general duties officers as quickly as it was an exemplary.
Yeah, it was exemplary and very brave by those officers, taking the equipment they had, the training they had, very brave for those officers to go forward, and the time that they took them to deal. So yeah, they should be commanded to the highest level within New South Wales Police and Australia. Very brave of them.
And if it had been the case that at the time there had been something in the nature of the United Kingdom's armed response vehicles patrolling, is it? It may well have been the case that the same sort of response time would have been achieved, depending on where that vehicle was at the particular time.
I don't imagine it would have been any quicker. I would have hoped that no police officers would have been shot. That would have been one factor. And the other factor you have to look as well, it was rifle and shotgun. If that had been automatic, if that had been an AK-47 they were using, then all your 11 police officers could have been shot. You see, the issue is depending what the weaponry is, depending what's going forward. Let's say you don't take a knife to a gunfight. One way I've emphasised, I mean, it's just having the right equipment to take on those individuals. And with a SIG carbine, you can be using that from 150, 200 metres. You don't need to get up close to your targets to be able to take your targets out. When you do with a 9mm Glock, you need to really be up in those sort of 20, 30 metre distances to be accurate. And the problem is bullets go astray. We've seen that at Bondi Junction. Amy Scott done a great job, but out of the 3 shots she fired at 9 metres, 1 went into one of the big planters. So even at that close proximity, a 9mm Glock isn't going to be that accurate. That's the problem. So you could end up having other casualties.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you very much, sir.
Ms. Cowan?
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner, with your leave.
Yes.
Mr. Wilson, my name is Sophie Callan. I appear for the State of New South Wales, including the New South Wales Police Service. In your report, you expressed the opinion that the New South Wales Police General Duties officers on scene at Bondi didn't have, and I want to just ask you about the word training that you use, and specialist training to deal with the threat that emerged. And for instance, you say this in your introductory parts of your report at paragraph 2.1.11 and 2.1.12.
Yeah.
where you there observed the patrol officers you say they didn't have the equipment or the specialist training required to deal with a threat that emerged.
Yes.
At 2.1.11 and towards the end of paragraph 2.1.12 refer to the General Duties Office not being equipped or trained to deal with an attack from assailants using long arms, and you expand on that view in further detail later in your very comprehensive report. Where you're there referring to training, are you there, just to be clear, comparing it to the type of training that specialist tactical officers, to your observation, have in New South Wales, or, for instance, the training that the MET or the MO19 specialist firearms command officers receive?
Well, the 12 weeks training and then the additional 14 weeks you get in the Met, whether you're an ARV officer, which is classed, in old money it used to be classed as specialist firearms officers, but they now call them ARV officers, is 12 weeks with an additional 14 weeks. So our counter-terrorism specialist firearms officers who would begin into that gunfight are getting 26 weeks training. A general patrol officer in New South Wales is getting 80 hours at the academy, which is possibly 10 days, and then 2-3 days on that active armed defender course. In my opinion, that isn't giving that officer the training to go in to deal with a marauding terrorist attack with long arms. It's giving them the training to probably deal with a sidearm bank robber or a Bondi Junction knife person, but it's not giving them the training to be able to go in to deal with a marauding terrorist attack.
Okay.
That's where I'm probably making the point there. To me, you need much more specialist officers to deal with it. Becomes basically it's a gunfight, isn't it? That's what it is. It's a gunfight.
Yes. In terms of the active armed defender training that is furnished to all general duties officers within New South Wales, and I don't want to go to the detail, you, as I understand it, observe that what the general duties officers did that day was consistent with their active armed defender training.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
And that to my observation, when you describe, for instance, at paragraph 6.1.10, where you there describe the framework for dealing with active offenders. Do you see that?
Yes,
there?
yes.
The training they receive is in accordance with that framework?
Yes, it is. Yeah,
and
definitely.
what they did, in accordance with their training, was consistent with that framework?
It certainly was. Locate, isolate and resolve. Yeah.
You were asked a question by Mr. Lancaster about, in the UK, prior to the arrival of the ARVs,
Yep.
what a UK officer on scene who was not armed would do. Is it correct to describe it as in the nature of containing the area, taking cover and seeking to evacuate people?
Yeah, I think the best example I can give, you may remember the case, the murder of Lee Rigby, the terrorist incident where two terrorists, one armed with a knife and one armed with a gun, ran over a soldier and then waited for the armed unit. So the first officers on scene were unarmed.
Yes.
They basically get everyone away from the scene to safety, obviously called in the specialists. The specialists, they were there again within 5 minutes and shot the two of them. So it's that containing it, knowing your specialists are coming, rather than putting those officers into danger, because if those officers had went forward, they would have been shot. Yeah.
You were asked by Council assisting about the timeframes here around those armed general duties officers at Bondi who at the 6-minute mark had managed to neutralise the two offenders, and I think you said in response to that, in terms of a UK style armed response vehicle, that you don't imagine such a vehicle would necessarily have been able to attend any quicker.
No. Okay. Yeah, response time was great, and the officers were very brave at what they did. Yeah.
So, to the extent that you endorse the armed response command that's being stood up by the New South Wales Police Force, and you comment upon the desirability perhaps of it being in existence sooner, the sad reality is that it may not have made a difference on this occasion.
You may not have had 3 police officers shot.
Yes.
Yeah.
In terms of the timing and circumstance in which the New South Wales Police has stood up or is standing up an armed response command, is it correct to say that you've not been briefed with information about what the New South Wales Police has done between, say, 2008 and 2025 to adjust and respond to the evolving threat environment?
Only from the, I have to remember, I was also the policing subject matter expert at Bondi Junction, where I've seen lots more material than I've seen from here. So there is lots of other material I have seen and I'm knowledgeable of, because obviously I worked on that inquiry for 6 months before I actually gave evidence at the court. So with this, if I've been given 20 documents, with that one I was given 2,000 documents. So I've seen a lot more material in that one than I have seen here. So I guess personally I have got some knowledge because I worked only a year ago on another case.
In your, and I think this is the last topic or question, in your report at paragraph 6.1.23, could I take you to that?
6.1.23, yeah.
Do you see there in the final sentence, you suggest that specialist firearms units would have been tasked to conduct mobile patrols together with a uniform static patrol presence?
Yes.
There where you refer to specialist firearms units being tasked to conduct mobile patrols, are you there referring to the ARVs that you otherwise refer to in your evidence?
Yeah. So without a doubt, if that event was in London, that ARV who was covering Bondi would be told between 4 o'clock and 6 o'clock, make sure you're in the vicinity of Bondi Beach, because that event is taking place. You then have your uniform static patrols knowing that vehicle's there. Because if we look at the synagogue attack in Manchester, the reason it was on scene and had killed the terrorists within 3 minutes, because that would have been part of their briefing. You're covering that area of Manchester, but it's very likely at that synagogue there's going to be a lot of people between those hours and that hours, because that's prayer time and they would be paying particular attention. So with that case, I didn't brief them, but I imagine that would have been part of the briefing. You're covering that area, but have a paid particular attention to the synagogue, because there's going to be lots of people in that vicinity at that time, and that's probably where you get the 3-minute response at Manchester Synagogue.
So really, this is about proximity.
It's all about proximity. It's all about how quick you can get your specialist firearms officers to that scene to neutralise the threat.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you very much.
Anything arising?
No, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very
Wilson.
much, Commissioner.
You're
Thank you.
excused.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner, I now call Deputy Commissioner Hudson.
Yes.
Do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. Do sit down.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Deputy Commissioner, please state your full name.
My full name is David William Hudson, spelled Hudson.
Thank you. You have, of course, given written and oral evidence to the Commission on a previous occasion.
Yes, sir.
You've more recently, though, prepared a statement dated 8 July 2026.
Yes, that's correct.
Are the contents of that statement true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, they are.
Commissioner, I tender that statement STAT.899.0101.0004.
Yes, thank you. The statement will be admitted as an exhibit.
Deputy Commissioner, your 8 July statement includes responses that you give on behalf of the New South Wales Police Force to certain questions and issues raised by the Commission.
Yes, that's correct.
It includes the response that you give on behalf of police to certain proposals or ideas that have been advanced to the Royal Commission in the context of protecting the Jewish community, including by way of armed response, and you've given evidence that that responsibility should rest with the police. Would you care to elaborate on that?
Yes, sir. Protection of all members of the community is the responsibility of the police. It's in the Police Act under Section 6 that's our primary responsibility, is protection of life and property. We swear an oath to do that when we join the police, and we see that as our responsibility, even though it can be supplemented by support from other areas of the security industry at different stages.
And in paragraph 8, you refer to proposals to single out certain communities, whether that be the Jewish community or other communities, allowing them to carry arms or routinely use body armour is something the police force does not support and indeed opposes.
Sir, it's our opinion that allowing certain areas of society, no matter what those areas are, to have special privileges in relation to their security would further fracture situations which are fairly tenuous and relationships that are fairly tenuous between different groups, and would certainly be looked upon by others as the police or governments or anyone else showing favouritism to that particular group.
In terms of providing security for the Jewish community, speaking generally, your statement indicates that that will be done in two ways by police. Is this fair? One is through resources dedicated at the level of the local area police commands, and the second broad way is the new Armed Response Command that was announced in February this year.
That's correct, sir. The responsibilities of police area commands at the local level doesn't diminish. They still have the responsibility to police and protect the communities on their within their commands, on their piece of ground. However, that is supplemented through an identified capability gap that happened last year through the Armed Response Command, which will incrementally take over the responsibilities of Operation Shelter, which we currently operate.
You've described the broad features that you anticipate the Armed Response Command will demonstrate. One of those is 225 armed response officers.
That's correct, yes.
And is it right that, as your counsel put to Mr. Wilson, that is focused in the Sydney metropolitan area?
Totally focused on the Sydney metropolitan area. There's a different model for regional New South Wales, yes.
And what's the model in regional New South Wales?
At the moment, through the Long Arm Review and Advisory Group, which is a group chaired by the Deputy Commissioner of Corporate Services, which was instrumental for the introduction of long arm capabilities to the Public Order and Riot Squad in 2017, which is a supplementation force to the Tactical Operations Unit. They're currently undertaking the process of implementing operational support group operatives within regional New South Wales to be armed with long arms.
And will they fall under the Public Order and Riot Squad Command, or will they be allocated to their local area commands in regional communities?
They'll be accountable to their regions, either Western Region, Northern Region or Southern Region.
And is there an intention as to how many officers were involved in regional New South Wales?
My last update was close to 200 will be trained in long arm capability, operational support group officers, yes.
So that's in addition to the ARC personnel?
Correct, which is purely restricted to operations within metropolitan Sydney.
Another aspect of the ARC you refer to as a dedicated intelligence function comprising 28 intelligence officers?
That's correct.
And so that's their additional personnel to the 225 armed officers?
Yes, the 28 intelligence officers, a large proportion of those are unsworn. They're not sworn officers. They'll be unsworn intelligence analysts.
And will they have or is the intention that they should have a connection with the CTC?
Counter-terrorism command.
With counter-terrorism command.
There'll be a lot of overlap between that command. The Armed Response Command is currently being established under the Commissioner's Office, and training is underway for those operatives for hopefully an introduction not too soon down the track, and gradually that will supplement or replace the activities of Operation Shelter as the numbers grow.
Mm-hmm.
But once operational, it's anticipated that command will sit under the Counter-terrorism Command itself.
I see. You've also described, it's envisaged the ARC will have its own command centre?
Yes, 24/7 operations centre.
And that will provide what you've described as a workstation or desk for a CSG liaison officer?
Correct, sir, yes.
And how do you envisage that operating in practice?
Well, especially during major events for the Jewish community, CSG will be invited to participate in the command centre, so that the intelligence they're gathering at ground level can be fed into the operational blueprint of how we police that particular event, bearing in mind that a large proportion of the Armed Response Command's responsibilities will be the protection of Jewish interests.
And can you, or are you in a position to provide any further detail on the timeline for implementation and operation of the ARC?
As I said, sir, training of the initial tranche of officers started last week. We're still in procurement. We've obtained some of the vehicles that we require to deploy, and accommodation's been finalised and sourced within the Sydney Police Centre. Some modifications required there, but I'm very hopeful that by October, November they will be deployed. We'll have officers from the Armed Response Command being deployed with their long arms, replacing some of those Operation Shelter police.
Deputy Commissioner, is it intended that one or more vehicles will constantly be patrolling?
Commissioner, the idea of, or the theory behind the 24/7 command centre is to map the location of all the armed response vehicles on duty, which we anticipate to be about 20 vehicles with 3 officers in each. They will be given certain areas to patrol. We can identify where they are at specific locations, very much similar to the armed response capability that we witnessed in London, and how they were deployed over there with the same, at this stage, the same software that maps those vehicles.
So the vehicles are out and patrolling regardless of any assessment of the likelihood of an event?
That's correct, Commissioner. However, during large-scale events or where there's an assessment made of their requirement, they may perform static responsibilities at that event with their long arms.
You've expressed the view in your statement that if there is a need for armed protection at a Jewish community event like other community events, the New South Wales Police Force are in a position to provide that?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. And you don't accept that there's any gap between circumstances that identify a need for armed protective security for the Jewish community and the capacity of the New South Wales Police to provide that?
So if our risk assessment or threat assessment indicates that we require an armed response, we will have an armed response.
Yeah. Do you accept that in some circumstances the assessment of the New South Wales Police Force in that regard might differ from what, for example, CSG or members of the Jewish community might assess as needed either for a particular event or for a general period of holiday celebration, for example?
Yes, I do, sir. We obviously operate under certain models of risk assessment and threat assessment, which are authorised through the Australian-New Zealand Counter-Terrorism Committee. I would be surprised if CSG followed the same threshold and template that we follow. However, we are very mindful and attuned to the sensitivities of the Jewish people, and if we will always discuss their security needs if they raise them with us, which we have done on numerous times through history.
Yes. Do you accept that an important part of policing in New South Wales in 2026 is community reassurance?
100%, sir. We operate under the Pelian principles of policing, and that's probably one of the differences between us and other agencies around the world. We very much follow the UK model, and we are very much part of the community and rely upon the community trust of us and that bond between community and policing to deliver appropriate policing resources.
Ought the Jewish community understand that when the New South Wales Police Force carries out a threat assessment and including making decision about police resourcing, that assessment by New South Wales Police takes into account the need to provide reassurance to the Jewish community as well as actually meeting an identified threat or a risk?
It has always been a priority to reassure the public. There's no reason why anyone from any part of our community should feel unsafe at a community event. If policing presence is required to assure that, then we always take that into account as well.
What is the solution, or what steps would the police take if, in respect of a particular Jewish community event, there was a clear difference of opinion about the appropriate security response to be provided to the event, as between, for example, the police and a CSG or police and a community representative?
We would obviously sit down and discuss the discrepancies or the differences in those risk assessments with either the CSG or another community group, but ultimately the risk assessment would dictate the policing presence and envelope that we police that community event in. If we considered the risk too high or considered that there was a very high risk of harm being committed at that event, we would probably cancel the event.
In terms of theoretical solutions to that situation where there's a disconnect between the assessment of security required for a particular event, at the theoretical level, there would be at least two solutions to that. One is some user pays model, and the other is the use of private armed security guards. What's your assessment of those two theoretically available alternatives?
We have a fairly strong preference for user pay police in those type of circumstances because they are trained in the same methodology as the on-duty police that are present. We have a number of areas that pay user pay police to provide certain services to them, including the Opera House and for a time Westfields, following the Bondi Westfields incident last year or 2 years ago. Security guards we operate with if at many events, many large events, especially sporting events, and it's a blended security profile that is taken towards those high volume attendee events.
In the event of a user pays event, and say a police officer discharges his or her weapon, killing someone, do the usual protocols that relate to the investigation by a police officer, by the internal affairs, as they used to be called, subject to the supervision of the LEC? Does all of that architecture remain?
100%, Commissioner. They are considered on duty for the purposes of all that.
And you gave, I think, two examples. One, the Opera House, as an institution or as an organisation, has engaged police services in that respect.
Yes, and continue to do so.
And another example was the Westfield Shopping Centre after the attack.
Yes.
Right. You accept that that option, of course, imposes a real financial burden when it's not a commercial organisation that's seeking to pay for the user pays solution.
Yes, of course. So I do.
Can I ask you about the police protective security at Harnica on the Green in St Ives on the 14th of December 2025?
Yes, sir.
You're familiar, I take it, with the Ku-ring-gai commander's statement, who can't be named, but you have the pseudonym AC Wire.
I read it this morning, sir, yes.
The situation in St Ives was about 2,000 people were expected to attend the event.
That's my understanding, yes.
The evidence of the commander was that 4 officers were tasked to attend the event, 2 officers allocated to a local operation whose shift was changed to allow them to cover the event.
That's my understanding, yes.
And can that be described as a type of surge policing or surge staffing for a particular event that comes up on the calendar?
You could refer to it as that, sir. It's not clear to me whether they were to be present at the event the whole time of the event, or whether they were to do tasking through that event, and because I still seem to recall from my reading of it this morning, they were to attend to any other operational activities as well. They could do that.
Yes.
So I inferred from that there was a tasking to the event, that they be present at some points in time.
And to be fair to you, under the Ku-ring-gai commander, there may have been a misunderstanding as to whether those 2 officers were to continue to receive taskings in the vicinity of the event, or whether they were there to stay for the duration of the event.
Yes.
Now, as things turned out at St Ives, Harnica on the Green started at 5 p.m. And between then and when the attack started at Bondi at 6:41, there'd only been a drive-by of the event by 2 Ku-ring-gai officers. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding, sir, yes.
And after the attack was notified to St Ives, there was an all resources broadcast for officers to attend at St Ives at 7:32 p.m.
That's my understanding, yes.
And 2 officers from the local operation were on the scene from 7:33, with other officers arriving after that.
Yes, sir, that's my understanding.
And that left a period of about 50 minutes from the start of the attack when no officers seemed to have been present at St Ives.
It would appear so, yes, sir.
Now, in the threat environment that existed at the time, and noting the national terrorism threat level was, of course, probable at that time, do you consider that the level of police numbers at St Ives suggests that New South Wales Police didn't provide an adequate level of protection to that event?
So I'm not particularly aware of the threat or risk assessment conducted on that event by Ku-ring-gai Command. I haven't seen it and what the outcome of that was. I'm sure the police involved in that took things into consideration before determining what the policing presence should be. Whether there was a miscommunication in relation to taskings or full-time attendance at that event, I'm not privy to say.
Can you understand why the St Ives event might be regarded by the Jewish community as an example of why it needs to take even greater responsibility for its own protection?
Well, I'd have to see the threat assessment or the risk assessment conducted on that specific event and see where any differences lay with Community Security Group and the police who conducted that risk assessment.
Commissioner, there are some topics on which to ask Deputy Commissioner Hudson in a little more detail that I submit are appropriate for a closed session of the Commission.
Yes. Yes, very well. I'm going to ask members of the public if they wouldn't mind leaving the hearing room, because we're now going to move into a closed session. I'm going to make a direction for non-publication of the balance of the evidence of the Deputy Commissioner. I think people in the public gallery will appreciate there are aspects of policing that need to be heard in conditions of confidence. Thank you.